Oh, righty. Hello, everyone. Sorry for the delay. Things have been busy today. Not really. With that taken into consideration, yes, welcome to, Limbus Company on an off day, meaning it's, update day. Or rather, update was last night. Anyway, there's new content. So, give me a second to actually get the game properly loaded, and we can get ourselves started. Obviously, I don't know what's going on. This is new. So if you've already seen the update, please don't spoil. But, obviously I'm otherwise caught up on the story. Alright. I mean, a little bit, but like, you know. I would have been so mad if the game decided to crash and or not load, because it's done that before. Also, ignore that. That's me popping into a Discord call. Just in case. Alright. 9.5. Don't worry about that, Snowy. No, I don't want this one. Go away. There. Just spend all those. Alrighty. Twinning threads. Hold on. Alright, sorry about that. That was in fact the phone call Snowy was warning me about. Alright, 9.5-1, funeral. Alright. A funeral was held for Martin and the LCE researchers today. I thought I'd seen more than my fair share. I thought I'd seen more than my fair share of deaths throughout my journey with the sinners. but never before had I witnessed this many people gather in one place to mourn the deceased together. The unfamiliarity made me feel a bit out of place. Am I doing this right? Most of the sinners seemed to be feeling that similar sense of being out of their element as well. Some of them were asking Marceau, apparently the most knowledgeable of them all when it came to funeral process and etiquette, all manner of questions for pointers. Expressing respect is the primary purpose. Hand placement and gesture are unimportant if that objective can be accomplished. Hey, where do I put this? Beneath the third pillar to the right. Can't any of you quit chattering for 1 second? Have you all forgotten the instruction to carry yourselves with solemn propriety that befits the occasion? Cut me some slack. I haven't been to funerals all that much. I mean, I did tell you to read the manual. I even underlined all the important parts for you. Sorry, Ishi. The wall of text was just too much for me. My focus started fizzling out from page 30 onwards.
I mean, it's impressive she got that far in one sitting for her
Also,
focus started fizzling out.
Also, page 30 is the lowest we know for a manual on funerary procession. The fuck?
Wait. Yeah.
Also, hadn't every sinner here attended a funeral before? Back when we set foot in that grim manor in T-Corp? Ah, thou speakest the funeral for young Heath... Jesus Christ. Thou speakest of the funeral held in young Heathcliff's manor, dost thou not? The one bereft of the dead. Bereft of the dead? I mean, someone had to have died, because there wouldn't have been a property dispute big enough to involve the Opie Association's notarized... Ugh. God, I can read. Promise. Bereft of the dead? I mean, someone had to have died, because there wouldn't have been a property dispute big enough to involve the Opie Association's notarization otherwise. I've said this time and again, but it was just an intentional anonymity to prevent family strife. Intentional anonymity, is it? Yet the situation was indeed as thou sayest, then there was no helping it, forsooth. Yet 'tis a pity that the dead wasn't named at their own funeral. The name of the deceased was... It was Catherine's funeral. She was very dear to Heathcliff. I have thoroughly reviewed the past 5 years' worth of local newspapers pertaining to the matter, yet no such name relevant to the case was identified, Manager. She really is gone. It's fine, Clockhead. At least you remember. That's good enough, innit? Had to be the Golden Bow's influence.
Heathcliff is just happy somebody else remembers.
Yeah? It makes him feel like he's not going crazy. It had to be the Golden Bow's influence. Somewhere along the way, everyone's memories of the event at Wuthering Heights had become warped. The sinners seemed to think that the Golden Bough had always been there in that manner, and that Nellie was coaxed into stealing it by Herman. Linton, in their minds, was now a grieving brother who had been conducting research for his dead sister's sake. Nobody questioned it. Not Don Quixote, not Faust. Every single sinner believed the twisted version of the memory as it was a proven fact. Heathcliff and I gave up trying to correct them. Instead, we'd just check in on each other's memories every now and then. Because if there's something that he and I realized, it was that anything tied to Catherine had already been painted over. Every detail gilded and glossed over with the glow of the bow. The point is, how should I put this? The circumstances of that funeral didn't exactly leave us much room to properly express our condolences back then. Yeah, I'm checking out the Intervallo, so this is the first time I booted it up, so. With Heathcliff running on a rampage and that Hindley guy bent on interfering with the execution of the will. Ugh. I assumed that sort of impediment was pretty common stuff for funerals, but apparently not, huh? No. Well, I think it's actually rare to see a place that follows proper funeral procedures. I've traveled around quite a bit myself, but I can't confidently say that I've ever been to a legitimate funeral. The one at Wuthering Heights was one of the more proper funerals, only for pretending to have a process. They at least prepared a coffin and even had a formal reading of the will. Seems funerals are far from being an everyday custom in the city. Funerals are considered a rather extravagant practice here as well. Corporations are not eager to grant time off just because an irrelevant someone has died. And the price of real estate seldom makes it viable to buy land and erect memorial houses on it. Then, what other options do people usually have? We used to just leave them where they died. After one night's sleep, the bodies were gone. Just like that. Better than paying loads of money to bury someone just to have... I'd stir up a load of daft rumors, eh? Rumors? You know, rumors about there being valuables buried with the bodies, when all in some fancy prosthesis. All that rot. Better to let the dead go in peace than to bury them in a grave just for some souls to later desecrate it. Heathcliff unfortunately has a point.
Yeah, I hate to say it, but I kind of can see where he's coming from.
Also, yeah, it's a Thursday stream because Limp is updated, and Thursday is kind of the only convenient day for it.
And unfortunately, you weren't feeling well yesterday.
Yeah. In Hong Yuan, people tend to set up graves if they have enough room to spare. Of course, there wasn't a guarantee they wouldn't lose the burial room by the next restructuring day. Hohenheim scoffed and hung his head. Hideous foolishness, all of it. Comforting the soul of the departed. Another mendacity. All those funds so carelessly squandered, all for the purpose of furnishing the living with a fragile excuse to cling on. Are those words from his heart, or just something said to convince himself? Whichever was...
both?
I mean, it's hard to say with Hohenheim. Whichever was the truth. I couldn't see the look on his face with his head tucked so low. The funeral didn't last long. It was just a brief moment of silence, followed by a few quick goodbyes that were shorter still. The ceremony came to a close once Alyssa, who was still in recovery, came to pay her final respects. The flames devoured the coffins of Martin and the other researchers, announcing the end of their existence with the crackle of firewood. So, I suppose you'll be leaving now? Oh. We're staying until Gregor's stable enough to travel. Dante says we'll remain here until Gregor's condition settles. Gregor came to his senses again.
Still on the fritz? Wow.
I mean, you saw the state Greg was in. Also, I haven't actually checked how long it's been. Like, they don't give us exact dates for this stuff, but it's probably only been, like, a week, couple weeks. Gregor came to his senses again a few days after his unforeseen metamorphosis in the battle against the Thumb Nurse Father. He was given a checkup, and Hohenheim said there is no cause for concern. Physically, that is. The psychological assessment turned up disastrous, to say the least. Gregor was declared unfit for combat deployment for the time being. Yeah, about 3 days to 1 to 2 weeks. Yeah, because we had the Walpurgis in the meantime as well. So you won't be leaving just yet. Good to know. And I assume you'll be okay with us borrowing Sinclair for a while?
Eh?
Me? Yes, you. The LCE wants to look at the sign you manifested, Sinclair. The higher-ups didn't waste a second in greenlighting the project. Which means what I'm telling you is more a notice of investigation than a request for permission. What investigation? What are you? It's just a rather rudimentary instance of human experimentation. Calm yourself. Hohenheim, that's not going to calm him down. This is Sinclair we're talking about. Human experimentation! Did you really have to put it like that, boss? Not to worry, Sinclair.
Phrasing, my man.
They're gonna butcher him just like the Ringer would use him. Did you really have to put it like that, boss? Not to worry, Sinclair. A swipe or two on your skin and maybe some talk therapy. That's all there is to it. Of course, if we had your consent, the avenues of research could be vastly... No, I'm not giving you my consent! For your reference, the other departments have also submitted some quite enthusiastic requests for research and observational purposes. Oh, you have no idea. We had to get the boss to fend off the LCA's Mirror World Observatorium department and their hissy fits. They wanted to be the first ones to get their hands on you and spearhead the research, you see. And had we allowed them, they'd have kept you for a good few months before letting you go. So the least you could do is thank us for being a good boy. So the least you could do is thank us. God, I can read, I promise.
You can words good.
So the least you could do to thank us is be a good boy and cooperate. Ah, just in time, our researchers are here. Alyssa waved to the researchers who were filling out... Alyssa waved at the researchers who were filing out of the funeral hall after paying their respects. It wasn't long before Sinclair found himself surrounded on all sides. Wait, I'm perfectly capable of walking there on my own, so just don't run any painful tests on me. Of course, of course. Stay strong, Sinclair. All I could do was to offer an unspoken encouragement to Sinclair, who sounded ready to collapse into full-blown panic any minute. Yeah, that's Sinclair, alright.
Kind of funny. He went from literally being the punching bag to literally one-man army badass.
I mean,
and now he's back to woodland creature again.
Welcome to Emil Sinclair. He's just like that. What about you? You're not going with him? Well, it's back to the long-term recovery ward for me. I always thought scientific research was the one thing that flamed my passion. But with the recent events having introduced me to the merits of paid sick leave, I realized that time off beats research projects in my book. Marginally. Enjoy it while it lasts. I highly suspect that every request for PTO submitted by our department will be rejected for the rest of the year. Well, it's true your average corporation doesn't give more than a week off a year. Soon as Alyssa trudged off with her dragging steps, researchers seized Sinclair and carried him away. Alright, we should get going too. Oh, do you all have somewhere else to be? Well, I thought I'd go visit Gregor. I'm worried about him. Got something nice that I'd help with. Gotta be there for it. I'm going with Sinclair to get some rest. Also to keep an eye on the researchers and stop them if they try anything fishy with the experiments. Let me know later if you need anything, Dante. The sinners fanned out.
I think that's a good idea. Out of everyone who I would probably trust to be like an overseer for this, Ishmael's probably near the top.
Ishmael.
Just because she's one of the more level-headed ones.
Ishmael, maybe Rodja. Listen, I don't care if it's good or bad. I will attempt the accent for Heathcliff because that is part of his character. So.
And it's way better of a British accent than I can do.
It's probably okay. No, I wouldn't trust Otis.
I feel like I feel like Otis has too much of a stick up her ass.
Alright. The sinners fanned out in different directions. They seemed to have their own errands to run during our stay at the LCE. Everyone's busy with their own thing. Ugh. I mean, thank you, I at least try. The thing is that if I was better at doing English accents, I would try and make it as close to what Heathcliff probably would have as an accent, but I kind of seem to default slightly to Cockney for
I
him.
mean, just be careful you don't get stuck in an accent again. I remember the time
It'll
you got
happen.
stuck with a Russian accent for 2 days.
Yeah. But, yeah, when it comes to Heathcliff, technically book-accurate Heathcliff accent would be closer to either Liverpudlian or Yorkshire. But the problem is, I don't really know what those sound like, so, not Cockney it is. The only ones keeping me company were Ryoshu, who had been filling the air around with the thick cigarette smoke, and Don Quixote, who was sniffing and asking around at every corner for Vespa in a valiant quest for the new color fixer's whereabouts. Faust was still here too, staring blankly into the air. Is she accessing the Gesellschaft? You seem to have some time to spare, manager. As I stood there, wondering what I should do next to pass the time, Hohenheim, who had apparently finished tackling and signing the stack of papers, walked over to me. This makes things rather convenient. There is something I had intended to discuss with you and Senator Ryoshu. A matter that requires your assistance. What kind of assistance? WKOA, says CH. Wait a minute. Did Ryoshu just step in as my interpreter? It's not that I don't appreciate her gesture, especially since she'd usually snap at me and tell me to find someone else to interpret whenever the issue came up. But I can't help but doubt whether her choice method of interpretation actually accomplishes anything. There is, I must admit, a certain novelty in witnessing the reconstitution of that which requires interpretation into yet another linguistic form equally demanding of it. It would seem we are in need of more men. Scratching his head, Hohenheim looked around for a moment before coming to a sudden pause as though an idea had crossed his mind. At the end of his gaze was certain someone who was busy badgering LCCA employees with her relentless questioning. Who else, pray, might know where he is if thou knowest not? Now listen closely. The one I seek is a pair of hair fashioned like in the likeness of a bowl. I mean, yeah, Vespa does have a bowl cut now rather than the slick back that he had back in Distortion Detective, but that is a funny way of putting it. You there. Why don't you join us too? Huh? Dost thou speak of me? Yeah. Sancho lock in and quit pulling people. The LCCA personnel, who were cornered by Don Quixote in her rather forceful interrogation regarding Vespa's whereabouts, took the opportunity and fled the scene without so much as a backward glance the moment their captor turned her head to answer Hohenheim.
Run for it!
Yeah, indeed. There is a task that requires your assistance. But I have yet more words to trade with the most noble yellow harpoon. You seek to emulate the virtue of chivalry. Does that entail turning down the earnest plea of those in need? For the sake of clarity and distinction, it would be prudent to assign you a different identifier from that of my assistant. You are to be number 2. That is, assistant number 2. I have not yet concluded mine exchange with the yellow harpoon, but no true knight would abandon those who call for aid. Pray, speak thy quest. How may I be of service to thee? Delegating the interpretation of the manager's speech to Sinner number 4 has proven to be counterproductive. As such, your task will be to report to me what the manager says. Oh, that is indeed a simple task. However, this WKOA eludeth mine understandings as well. Prithee, allow me but a little time to uncover its mystery. Relay the manager's words, not Sinner Ryoshu's. They are asking you what kind of assistance you need. The request for interpretation was not directed to you, but I cannot deny that your meddling, in the present circumstance, is a welcome one. It was simply that the irrationality functionality and inefficiency of your suboptimal staffing choice and workflow have become sufficiently unbearable. Faust hopes this was not some guileful scheme devised to elicit Faust's cooperation. In any case, Manager, this request of mine concerns an investigation into the back doors located in the House of Spiders. I deem that the two of you should be the ones most familiar with the structure and layout of the house. After all, you were the one monitoring the entirety of the five-pronged assault operation, and Center Number 4's familiarity does not bear repeating. Do we go to the House of Spiders right away? HOSRA. You have assisted enough. Perhaps you could help, Faust? Sure. Hohenheim's like, please, save me. I'll take even Faust's cooperation. Although not word for word, Faust relayed my intention to Hohenheim, who responded by shaking his head. Not immediately, no. There is one more member you should bring along. One more member? Seeing me tilting my head, Hohenheim pushed up his glasses. The apprentice who was captured alive in the House of Spiders. Kira. She has regained consciousness.
Hohenheim about ready to strangle Ryoshu.
I don't think he was about ready to strangle her. But it's a case of it's really bad that he's like, please help me.
I don't care if it's the mad scientist or the crazy one, just one of you. Please translate instead.
Yeah. The place Hohenheim led us to looked less like a recovery ward and more like an interrogation chamber. Though every single medical equipment installed around seemed to be state-of-the-art. This place looks well equipped. Probably a direct order from upper management. Although technologies to restore lost body parts are common enough in the city, a facility of this kind is required to preserve the original form of her lower body in the reconstruction process while keeping the cost reasonable. Reasonable, huh? Do I want to ask how expensive the other options are? This counts as reasonable? A windowless room thick with a sharp scent of medicine and chemicals. It's weird seeing her hood down. Kira was sitting on the bed at the center of the room, kicking her feet as she regarded us. For someone recovering from bisection, she didn't look much different from how she appeared when I'd seen her through the Sinner's shared vision. She was captured alive for the extraction of information, yes? How far along is the progress of the extraction? Hasn't yet begun, actually. We were waiting until the lines of information that warrant questioning can be isolated. So far, all available personnel have been fully engaged in analyzing the documents and items discovered in the House of Spiders. Then what you even doing here? There is work to be done contingent upon information obtainable only from a recent inhabitant of the House of Spiders. And, following a discussion with the upper management, I have decided to put you to use as the company had originally intended. No TV, no comic books, just a super prickly glare and a cold shoulder whenever I ask for something to pass the time. And now you suddenly need my help, huh? Give me one reason I should cooperate. Hohenheim didn't so much as twitch an eyebrow at Kira's biting tone. He merely gave her a nod with a steely, imperturbable expression. I didn't ask for your help. Put you to use, I believe is what I said. Your survival is not incidental. It is the result of a calculation. The company anticipates a potential profit by keeping you alive. Expected gain, as the term goes. Without such a forecast on the company's part, you would have already been disposed of. The upper management consists of people who would be disinclined to tolerate the daily maintenance and depreciation costs of this room, even at half their current numbers. Which brings us to our next point. Should you insist on maintaining this uncooperative attitude, the company may decide to convene a meeting to reassess your worth, or shall we say, lack thereof, in its projected income statement. Well, suffice to say that such a reassessment would skew heavily against your favor. The outcome would be a recommendation for immediate disposal. Hohenheim always had a way with words that could prickle and sting. But with Kira, it almost felt as he traded the usual thorn off for a sharper knife, intent on twisting it right where it hurt. I'm dead meat as soon as my usefulness runs out anyway. It's not like you're gonna let me live. Not after I killed a bazillion of your guys. So you anticipated some form of a corporate-level retaliatory response against your person. That is indeed a curious line of reasoning. Then I must tell you that, unlike your typical backstreet syndicate such as the Middle, corporate entities of the city tend to avoid choices that may incur losses. The value of the information that could be extracted from an apprentice of the Middle, and the combat prowess honed under the tutelage of a great brother of the Middle. These two considerations are likely what increased your value in the eyes of the company. Ha! Y'all got zero self-respect, huh? You should consider yourself fortunate. The heck are you on about? Other companies would not solicit your cooperation by means of a verbal exchange. Your interrogator would simply open your cranium, harvest your brain, and extract any and all necessary information without going through even intermediary steps such as this. Fun fact, this is a thing that has happened in the past. All the way back in LobCorp. That's how they interrogated Binna, quote-unquote. But the thing is, they barely got anything useful out of Binna, because basically even she doesn't know a lot of shit. The head is very secretive, even the arbiters are like, Yeah, and Kira is basically just a teenager. She's probably still like 19, 20, just because of the rules of the world, but, you know. Even without resorting to such methods, the range of available means to compel the disclosure of information is practically limitless. Truth serums, hypnotic suggestions, electrical shocks and stimulations, and of course procedures utilizing distortions and abnormalities. That being said, the LCE department prefers to distance itself from such uncivilized approaches that may entail complications and after effects. I do hope that we share a similar predilection. You're so friggin' annoying, you know that, mister? The feeling is entirely mutual. Leaving the biting chill of his threats to sink in, Hohenheim turned toward the exit. Give her some push, and bring her along. I don't quite seem to be myself today. No, disregard that. That too was a rather foolish thing to say. I will defer this matter to you, manager. Work of this sort likely falls more within your capabilities than my own. I mean, to be fair, from what we have seen of other corporations, Hohenheim is unfortunately probably one of the most civil people we have encountered in the entire series. Like, this could be worse. And with that, Hohenheim stepped out of the room, leaving me to deal with Kira. His reaction was understandable. The LCE had only just finished laying its dead researchers to rest. Kira was probably the last person anyone would want to face right now, much less speak to. What should I even say to persuade her? I was still caught in thought when someone, quite unexpectedly, made her way towards Kira. Yoshihide? You. Heard you got stabbed in the back by Matthias. That's not true. Papa wasn't landing a fatal blow unless he cut through me too. That's why he did exactly that. to aim for the enemy's head. Besides, he made the right choice. A little sacrifice ain't a thing in a family. Huh. Family. Coming from him. A middle mutt thrown out of his kennel. Doesn't it sound ridiculous, even to you? That's... thrown out? That fucker Matthias was a GB only by technicality. He fucked up badly. He was still family by name, but underneath it, everyone hoped he'd disappear quietly on his own. He was that family member nobody wanted around. Same treatment for me, being his brat. Not surprising, it's the ST for the bowl cut too. Same. Taste? Oh, young Ryoshu, could it be that thou also dost harbor a passionate zeal for victim? I quickly clamped a hand over Don Quixote's mouth as she smoothly chimed into the conversation. So, what exactly is your point? The point is, you're taking too long. You can't decide whether you want to live or die. I could shorten the hesitation. CQ, or I'll sink. Right this instant. What does that mean? Cooperate quietly, or I'll snap your neck completely right this instant. Sink isn't such a bad way to go if you're keen on taking that loyalty act straight to the grave. This is so crappy. Whatever. I get it, okay? I'll talk if that's what you want so bad. That actually worked. Pictures who go out in a blaze of glory aren't actually the strong ones. It's the ones who survive. The ones who live to see another day and keep getting stronger. Anyway, Yoshihide, what's up with you talking in weird-ass abbreviations? Like, sink? That's so random. Who even says that? Yoshu didn't bother to reply, and simply chewed on the mouth end of her cigarette. But, is this really the right call? To her, we're probably people she needs to settle the score with. As if. Half her tattoos are gone, Clock. They even confiscated her book. You think the middle sorry excuse for loyalty means so much for this stray that she'd bite us? Besides... No. Better hear it from her instead. Hey, tell me why Matthias kicked the bucket. That's... 'cause... Well, 'cause Papa was weaker than y'all. Yeah, you're the jerk's brat, alright. Kira perched herself up on the bed with a sour face. But at least she didn't argue back. And we called Hohenheim, who had been waiting outside, back in. I assume the prisoner was successfully persuaded. Come. You will find your weapon on the table. You may use it in the event of an emergency. What the hell? I can't even achieve it! Huh. You won't be able to use it without authorization. The code has been slightly adjusted. Now then, let us head to the House of Spiders at once. The back door is up and waiting for us. We made our way to the House of Spiders, with Kira tailing behind us, looking like she was smelling something particularly fishy on us. Alright, finally some combat. What a mess. That's the life That's the life in the city, I guess. If you have power or strength, you'll have quite a big ego. Yeah, it is really a case of the strong survive and the weak do not. That's like... That's just like the main thing of this. Alright, yeah, I'll go with this team. Should use the ring ideas? I'll think about it, because I don't know how, I don't remember how well mine are equipped, and the event points are kind of a moot point to me sometimes. I have more than enough resources, I'll be honest. Only a few days had passed since our last visit, but the place looked markedly different from what we remembered. The sight of the hollow, frigid atmosphere and the endless stretch of corridors hadn't changed. But Calisso's so-called artworks were now covered in white sheets, and unfamiliar devices were affixed all around the back doors. Pretty. Who might those people that be? W? Looks like some shady bastards moved in already. Our guarded reaction prompted Hohenheim to step forward and gesture to one of the oddly dressed figures. It seems introductions are in order for both sides. This is team leader Alan from Wayfarer Company, who will be working with us on the investigation into the house's back doors. Wayfarer Company?
A corporate entity partnered with Limbus Company, responsible for providing portal technology. It has, on prior occasion, been referred as the new or aspirant W Corp, though the name is an unofficial one.
Our employees have also taken to calling you the new L Corp, something we have in common given that we're both chasing after the same horizon. Ah, I remember. That company vying to take W Corp's place, right? The same horizon. He's probably talking about getting recognized as a wing. After all, the old L Corp has already fallen, while W Corp, from what I've heard, is free-falling at this point. And these are the manager and the centers of the LCB department, our field operations unit, frequently deployed to deal with on-site matters firsthand. They have more personnel, but the rest are tied up with other duties elsewhere. Only a handful will be joining this investigation effort. I understand. Field operation units are almost always understaffed anyway. The support you provided us is more than efficient. Huh. Not what I expected you to look like. Alan gave an understanding nod. The man slipped off his bulky helmet before extending his hand in greeting. Pleased to make your acquaintance. The name's Alan, leader of the Door Breach Team 4. Likewise. Before Cows could even relay my reciprocal greeting, words spilled out of Alan's mouth in a strangely uneven rhythm. As if my ticking didn't bother him at all. Like he was sticking to a script he had rehearsed. Heard great things about you, Manager Dante of Limbus Company, and the bus team's performance. You capitalized on the suppression of distortions at T-Corp as leverage to push your products, and the profits were nothing short of staggering, I heard. Oh yeah, we're supposed to be distortion resolving specialists to the public. What's the product part about?
The manager says it was merely a matter of luck. They also look forward to working with you on this task.
Oh, are you the interpreter? In that case, I'll be sure to consult the manager only when both of you are available.
Sure.
Faust often lies through omission. Like, that's just Faust's deal. Faust didn't seem particularly pleased with the role Alan had pinned on her, but she nodded anyway. She quietly came to my side and answered my earlier question while Alan carried on with Hohenheim.
He is referring to the Monolith Sales project. The credit was attributed to the LCB, at the express request of Mr. Hubert, T-Corp's executive director.
Oh, so that's how the rumor spread, huh? We reviewed the agreements. Now, I understand you'll be assisting in verifying what lies beyond the back doors. I'd appreciate if you could share any prior knowledge you have about where these back doors connect. As detailed as you can make them, if you don't mind. Hohenheim fixed Kira with a pointed look. Though Kira responded by defiantly cocking her head in a show of irritation, she still gave up a sliver of the information she had.
Honestly, I got pretty much nothing if it's about Robo-Unk in his room. I mean, I've seen Albina hit up that door and the other one over there when she was popping out to farm stuff, but...
Farm?
Oh, it's, gathering material.
I see. What kind of material?
Human guts and all that. She'd come back hauling piles of them. So they're probably connected to some backstreets area.
Back streets. Any more details?
Can you stop prying? You're low-key pissing me off. What? That's literally all I've got. For real.
For a moment, Alan leveled Kira with a stiff expression. Even before I could register what had happened, Kira's head jerked to the side from a sudden punch by Alan. Dude, chill out. Thought Kira was nimble enough to dodge a surprise attack easily, but this one seemed to have caught her completely off guard. She stood there blinking, eyes round in rude surprise. Actually, it wasn't that he caught her off guard. It was the motion of the punch itself that somehow felt off. The fist being raised, the arm being extended, the blow making contact. The chain of actions was there, but it didn't look normal.
Did you just hit me? What the hell's wrong with...
As Kira reeled from the unexpected strike, Don Quixote spoke up in a cold, sharp tone.
Thou, what manner of discourtesy is this?
With all that whining, I thought the brat could use a lesson to remind her of her place. I had no intention of damaging your company asset, of course. Simply assumed the level of warning should not be inappropriate in this case. Team Leader Alan, that sort of conduct may not be an issue in your organization, but it is here. Should it happen again, do understand that we may choose to terminate today's joint engagement without delay. My apologies. I will keep that in mind going forward. Alan stood down without arguing back, but Kira looked far from satisfied with how Hohenheim handled the situation.
He gets to sock me in the face and walk off scot-free? So friggin' annoying.
Fortunately enough, her grumbling didn't escalate into her lashing out at Alan. That punch just now, though. What was that?
It exhibited a behavior that defied the standard laws of physics. Presumably a form of technology used by Wayfarer Company.
Let us resume the task at hand. Senator Ryoshu, give Manager Alan whatever information you have. That door should lead to one of the ring-protected turfs. The other two on the left, I remember they were marked with an X painted with blood. But IH&I, where they actually live, it's all blurry. Seems that all the information we can provide. Will that suffice? We now know that the doors
I have no idea.
Yeah, that one... Ryoshu is being slightly more comprehensible compared to usual.
With the CQ earlier, I thought it was like choose quickly, but
Usually you can pick it out through context. We now know that the doors likely connect to a perceivable area. That's already a big improvement in terms of for Wayfarer Company's backdoor mapping progress. Which means there's less chance of us encountering a space beyond human perception past those doors. Alright then. I'll proceed with connection verification. Which door shall we test first? We'll start with the one Sinner Ryoshu mentioned.
You don't trust me at all, huh? Then why even bring me along?
Ignoring Kira's jab, Alan began setting up various devices on the door. And soon, an elegant white door opened before us. Shall we?
I thought joining us as well, young Hohenheim.
Just this once. There are procedures for handing over field operations. Okay, let's see what's in there. What the? Is this some kind of wildlife exhibit? The moment we stepped in, the lights hit us all at once, drawing squints and frowns from the sinners. Thanks to my lack of physical eyes, I could make out a room filled with statues or, perhaps, taxidermied animals.
It felt like a gallery of sorts, but it was so quiet that the air itself seemed to carry a strange, somber weight. After a moment, someone shattered the silence, but it wasn't Don Quixote, our usual suspect. Holy shit! The scale is just insane! That's the Whale from Aid Association Great Lakes special issue. Thanks to my lack of eyes, I could see. I mean, yeah. Kira, who seemed beaten down all along, exclaimed with a bit more energy in her voice. Man, seeing in real life sure hits different. And the Indigo Elder solo one-shots these monsters with that harpoon of his, huh? It's a Great Lake whale. Doesn't look like one we've encountered, though. Organisms of various sources can be identified here. Singularity modified, outskirts born. They look almost alive. They're not, right? No, they're not. Duh. The robot did say that the ring has these zoos where they put monsters on display alive. Man, this would be way more fun if we could see the moving ones. Everything here is dead, man. Still looks pretty sick, though. The vibe really hits. Does he have 12 eyes or 2 on the top level? I think Dante sees through imperceptible means that defy the physics of normal space-time. That's probably the answer. Dante does not actually perceive through what we would consider eyes. Even though she was trying to play it cool, Kira kept sneaking glances at the massive horn display off to the side, clearly surprised in a way she couldn't hide. That said, I felt a distinct shortage of hyperactivity, given the presence of a certain someone in our party. Don Quixote? The eye of a second kindred, of House Depeche. What is it doing here? At the mention of the word kindred, I couldn't help but follow Don Quixote's gaze. Opposite the whale was another kind of exhibit. It contained items leaning on the more gruesome side of things, starting with a crimson eyeball that caught Don Quixote's attention, and body parts like hands and bones that looked as though they had been stripped from the human body. It's a gallery of the School of Fauvism. Probably a main studio at that, which comes with a maestro's atelier and an auction house. Alan, we will be making our exit shortly. Prepare to initiate lockdown sequence. Before Hohenheim could even finish his urgent transmission, numerous footsteps closed in from somewhere nearby. Oh boy. Turning toward the sound of shoes clacking on the floor, we found strange figures wearing animal masks, staring directly at us. That presence. It's kinda like Papa's. Ain't no way. That's not a raid boss we can clear at our level. We gotta get out of here. It's not that simple. Retreating is not a viable solution here. This door is connected to the House of Spiders. Escaping without installing a security system will invite pursuit. We must stall them until Alan is ready to initiate the lockdown sequence. As tension thickened, one of the strangers, who wore a peculiar bone mask, stepped forward. The voice that spoke to us carried equal part curiosity and delight. You came through that door. Then the house is full. Wasn't just a baseless rumor. A stray little spiderling, falling from her parents' web. How many years has it been? You. Who are you? All right. Makes sense that you would fail to recognize me. I used to wear a different mask back when I used to visit as your tutor, didn't I? A wolf, if memory serves right. Yes. That must have been when I was quite captivated by the sensation of tearing into the raw, steel-thrashing flesh of living prey, and the predator's ferocious yet cavernous resonant howling. Rings a bell. You're that maestro whose whole lesson was a 3-hour sermon praising the intensity of primary colors and the strength of living creatures. Benoit, was it? That's right. Emile Benoit. And they say you can't hatch a phoenix from a chicken's egg. Doesn't always apply, I see. Looks like that mind of yours is still sly as a raven, unlike your nurse fathers. Don't presume. I only remember you because of the tactility of hides and guts, made for a passable AW. First glance, it looked like Ryoshi was casually taking a trip down memory lane with the maestro. But I had a feeling she was, in fact, dragging this out on purpose to buy us time. That lockdown sequence thing, how much longer till it's ready? Young Hohenheim, the lockdown sequence! Don Quixote, who had been shooting the ring members in incensed glare sparked by the discovery of a kindred's eye, swiftly relayed my words to Hohenheim without even a hint of her earlier shenanigans. I'm afraid the progress and speed of the lockdown sequence lies in Alan's hands, not mine. It is, by its nature, a time-consuming work. We cannot expect haste. Perhaps that does make this a suitable juncture to try out Plan A. Plan A? Any suggestions that involve Don Quixote removing her shoes will not be dignified with a serious discussion. Instead, what Hohenheim had in mind had nothing to do with Don Quixote's shoes, because he opened his mouth as though he was about to retort to Faust's categorical rejection. But the moment he followed Faust's eyes and saw what she was looking at, he quietly shut his mouth and said nothing further. Faith in potentiality is not something I dislike. As for this, however, it seems more like grasping at straws. At the end of their gaze was Ryoshi's blade, Arayashiki. I was going to try using it anyway. I've long waited to see if a maestro's death is any different. Telling him that we were just leaving won't work, will it? No, it won't. Every individual present here would be quite the fascinating specimen to the artists of the ring. We are practically a windfall of inspiration and material that has so conveniently been delivered to them. It is improbable that they will allow us to return unharmed. Faust is right. She and Hohenheim are geniuses, and Ryoshi is the wielder of Arayashiki. Don Quixote is a kindred of a higher generation, and I happen to house a golden bough in my head. I have no idea how much information the ring has on us. But even if they knew nothing, they wouldn't let us go so easily. Are you sure about this, Ryoshi? Doesn't matter if I'm SAT or not, Clock. Think of that woman as Lei Hang, and do as you did in HC's mansion. I'll take care of the rest. Right. It's probably our best shot. What Ryoshi meant was quite clear. Resonate with the golden bough, secure an advantage to fight on equal footing, and catch them off guard by slowing down the flow of time. A cut from the Arayashiki, even if it doesn't give us a real fighting chance, might at least stall the maestro long enough to give us the time to get away. This floor of the exhibit only houses submissions from students and docents. But if you look closely enough, there are some passable ones that show the promise of excellence. And above all, this is the gallery of the School of Fauvism. And mine, the gallery of Emile Benoit. Which is why I would have preferred to take you without an unnecessary fight if possible. A shame. Still, we're talking about a unique relic here. A masterless one at that. Acquiring the Arayashiki makes it worth the cost. If you want a taste. Huh? Confusion flickered across Ryoshi's face as she tried to unsheath her blade. What's the matter? Well, the lock the House of Spiders used to bind the Arayashiki no longer exists. So why can't I draw the blade? Now that's unexpected. So the rumors of you mastering that relic, were they false?
The maestro only gave a loose swing of her arm, but it was enough to make Ryosha recoil. A shadow of surprise crossed her face. I guess... No, the name would still be pronounced Emilia. The wound looked like nothing more than a light gash, yet the maestro's contemplative gaze shifted between the blood on Ryoshi's arm and her own as though the attack had been an experiment to prove a hypothesis. It wasn't hard to guess what she was thinking. Noticed, did you? I had my doubts from the moment I saw you today. Was the House of Spiders a success or a failure? Tell me, Yoshihide, what do you think a serpent's defining strength is? What are you on about now? Ask any student, and they'll give the same predictable answers. The deadly venom, the sleek scales. Why, it's lamentably disappointing. The maestro advanced towards us with an assured certainty, then seized a beige thread dangling from the ceiling. No, calling it a mere thread would be wrong. Something that resembled a thread. It felt much more disturbing. I, for one, have a particular liking for the jaw and the spine. The flexibility of the spine, linked like a chain, and the jaw, bound not by bone but by ligaments that allowed the animal to swallow its prey whole. Perhaps I should have said that I admire their structural refinement. The thrice-coiled ring on her ring finger gave off a cold glint, and the walls and the ceiling suddenly began to echo with a sickening squelch and crack of flesh and bones assembling. What the hell is that? Which brings me to ask, what better way to claim this delivery of promising material with a single bite than a work of art fashioned from a snake? The maestro plunged her arm into the long, serpentine body of a monster. Her sheer presence radiated a pressure as oppressive as that of a nurse father, only more primal and untempered. Consider it a privilege. This is the first time this piece has ever been exhibited to an outsider.
Hohenheim, is the lockdown sequence still not ready?
1 minute to go. Step aside. The attack from the EGO gear Hohenheim hastily brandished didn't even last a moment. The weapon was knocked from his hand. As I scrambled to equip the satyrs with their identities, something abruptly stopped the beast-like appendage midway through its hurtling motion. And the one who intercepted the blow.
Ah, shit!
Was Kira, struggling to push back against the serpentine arm with her still-sealed blades. Kira? Did she suddenly have a change of heart I wasn't aware of?
Shit, this wasn't in the plan at all.
Obviously not. She couldn't have changed her mind that quickly. Because the look on her face couldn't be anything other than that of utter regret. The middle, For someone who doesn't seem to be a proper member. You've inked quite the quantity of tattoos onto yourself. You must be the new Kit Matthias took in. Why do you stand in my way?
Fuck did I know? I'm already regretting it, alright? Damn it, they're definitely gonna ditch me here. Might not even...
Must be instinct taking over. Couldn't fully shake off the opponent's killing intent, so the body chose to clash head-on. So the behavioral facet of the psyche can be controlled with a suitable training. Unexpected data, but useful to be sure.
Ah, shut it, mister! Quit yapping and let me use my blades!
Authorized and ready. Lifting locks, now. Kira's thermal weapons emerged from their sheaths with a metallic clang. She used the recoil of the motion to skid back and assume a defensive stance. Naturally, that broke Benoit's arm from the deadlock as well. The maestro lashed out again with that monstrous limb, but...
Huh? It's a foul injustice to strike against an unprepared opponent in a duel. Behold, for shall I allow thee a glimpse of the badass form that is only the most renowned of fixers have displayed through the ages?
Seeing an opportunity, Don Quixote slammed into the arm with her full might, knocking it off its trajectory. Predictably, however, the sheer force of the maestro's attack instantly reduced her to a red sludge of flesh and bone, sending her remains crashing into the door. Ready to initiate lockdown sequence. I will seal the door immediately upon your exit. Everyone to the door. Faust, retrieve the organic remnants of Sinner number 3. As Faust made her exit with what was once Don Quixote, the students of the ring surrounded Kira, barring her way out. A hollow chuckle slipped out of her lips.
Called it for real. Exactly why I didn't want to get involved.
Taking Kira back with us would mean having a sizable force of the ring trail right behind her through the door. Kira, too, seemed to have realized the risk that no one in their right mind would want to take. She lowered her head in defeat, as though she knew full well the fate that awaited her.
I'm such a dumbass. What was I thinking diving in like that?
You, don't just stand there. Get over here now.
These guys are gonna come flooding in if I...
You, TTM. Want to get cleaved in half again?
Pin this on me later. You're gonna pay.
Blocking the maestro's arm by a hair as it came down on her again, Kira hurled herself toward the door with every bit of strength she could muster. More than a few students rushed through the doorway, chasing after the sinners who had gone in ahead, but... Lockdown sequence complete. All backdoor links have been cut. Fortunately, Alan managed to sever the connection between the two back doors before the maestro could cross over. Bowl cut. Think you can still use your arms?
Fine.
So she says. Kira would be a
Something tells me you have not seen the last of the Maestro.
Probably not. This is only the beginning of the intervalo, man. Kira would be a strong enough addition to fight for us, but the ring members that had managed to cross formed a rather sizable force. Fighting them off with just the sinners I have at my side would not be the best course of action. In that case... Guys, I assume you're all available right now? As soon as I call out to the sinners, their voices come in through Hohenheim's radio one after another. Huh? Guess so. Ready for your order, Executive Manager. I, Otis, am prepared to answer your call whenever and wherever... Hang on. I just need to finish this bite. Everyone to me! I mean, this is mostly visual novel. I'm not surprised at an hour. This is just now us getting into combat. Oh, hey, Kira.
Best party member. So I assume it's everybody except Sinclair and Gregor.
No, Sinclair is also available. Gregor is the only one completely unavailable.
Hey, good news. Sinclair's done being experimented on.
I don't think he's done being experimented on, but it's a case of, the circumstances mean that they can't do anything.
While we're fighting, I'm going to go find dinner.
Oh, I would imagine fighting these guys with just base identities sucks ass.
I honestly thought you were going to have to fight these guys with just Don Quixote, Faust, and Ryoshu.
I mean, I wouldn't have exactly argued with that, but given they set up the incomplete Makut, it kind of works out. I'm doing it right now, just had to pop Marosatatis to get a chance. Ugh. I probably should actually look at this. Bleed sinking, mold color rouge. Does not have. Ooh. Excuse me. Oh, these guys are gonna suck. I can see it. A gimmick. Otis, you dumbass!
기회를 잡았네. 희청이는 저자를 꺾어 넘긴다면 저들의 사기가 떨어질 것이 뻔하지. 공격하세!
Thanks, Isong.
단정하지 않군.
Well, I guess that works.
방금 전에는 굉장했다고.
10 enemies.
이건 인정할 걸?
I believe I have used Ego doing it with base Ego for worse about 3 times already.
짜증나게.
I mean, Godspeed to anyone that does this with base units and base Ego only. I would not. It is not actually She Heathcliff. I am just making full use of the facade system. Trust me, I know better than to use fucking She Heath. If it ain't Mirror Dungeon, She Heathcliff does not get used. I know my lesson. Should have used She. If I'm gonna use a Bleed Heath, I'm not gonna use She. I'm gonna use Como. Alright, Garrett, chill out. But yeah, this isn't She Heathcliff. This is Wild Hunt. Listen, man, it's working out. Surprisingly, my Heath didn't get more than 10 SP until someone died. Yeah, that sounds about right. I usually have Faust and or Ishmael on my teams if only for SP healing. Because, well, what else would I be doing? Speaking of, Ish.
완벽한 한방. 시원한 걸.
Should have had Anchor Faust as support, but I decided fuck it all LSP. I mean, yeah. Alright. Yusong is about to turn someone into paste. Honestly, I probably should look into using the base LCB identities, but like, I'm going to point at Yusong right now. I'm gonna point at Yusong and be like, do I really need to? Like, they would be fun as like a challenge, yeah, but like, I don't think I'll go through it.
It's only the first door, and the impediments are already beyond expected levels. I swear, I thought that was it for me back there.
Events of this nature won't be frequent. We were merely beset by ill luck.
If you'd just listened to me and picked another door, we wouldn't have gotten cooked like that in the first place. Like, why even drag me into this if you weren't gonna trust me. Weirdos.
We would have opened them all. We would have opened them all at the end of the day. SD.
SD. What's that?
Same difference.
Again. Why shorten it like that? Just say duh or something. Just spell it out and say it. It was anticipated.
Yeah, like, I think by this point the LCB identities do kind of need a bit of a bug. But, you know, that's WA.
Eh.
Good work, everyone. Wayfarer does have a team dedicated to this sort of task, but the mortality rate is quite high. Honestly, I was bracing myself for the worst. The odds of completing the first door of an expedition without any casualties are under 15%. This, by all measures, counts as a flawless expedition. Tapping away at his device, Alan addressed us with an amicable smile. He seemed totally different from the same man who had manhandled Kira with a fist to her face. Those Falvis won't be able to cross over anymore with the door completely locked down, right?
That cannot be asserted with certainty.
Yeah, that sounds about right for typical Merceau gameplay, just Merceau jail. Are you saying more might come? The corridors and back doors have always been the ring's turf clock. Those Favas beasts have endured as the long-standing faction within the ring. If they've got that much history, they must know many back doors, both the origin and destination points. Alan clarified what Ryoshu was hinting at.
Yes, compared to them, we lack sufficient knowledge of alternate routes, which makes it difficult to prevent infiltration.
No need to concern yourselves over much. Even if that were the case, it's unlikely they would move on the House of Spiders so soon.
They could always rush for a surprise attack, though.
And we're so dead. Rip.
Even that Favas Maestro seemed to lack clear intel on the event that took place at the House of Spiders.
That's on it. Even that Favas Maestro seemed to lack clear intel on the event that took place at the House of Spiders. If so, it follows that they will need time to assess and deliberate about the situation.
The situation? The logical scope of their concerns will be identifying the organization that has secured the House of Spiders, the possibility of additional traps beyond the back doors, and the like.
Once all backdoor-related procedures tied to the House of Spiders are completed, the resulting security framework should be able to preempt and block any infiltration attempts. This operation is more important than I thought. That aside, why couldn't I draw the blade? Is it the new scabbard's fault? Ryoshu lifted the sheathed sword with an irritated frown. That's when I felt a faint vibration. The blade was twitching ever so slightly.
That quivering must faint. 'Twas seen by all, indeed. Damn, I saw it too. Was it possessed or something?
Looks like I wasn't the only one who saw the sword twitching as though it wasn't pleased at all with how Ryoshu was talking about the scabbard. Ryoshu's gaze lingered on the sword before slowly shifting toward the back doors. Could it be that seeing the scabbard brought back some memory of Araya? Ryoshu, do you... Is it an SS? Demon Edge? An enchanted blade? Which is it? It's probably neither of those. Nor is it a sentient sword. This presents a fine opportunity to conduct another examination of the sword. Excuse us for a moment, Team Leader Alan. Please feel free to go ahead. The attack just now damaged some devices, so we're going to have to perform some maintenance before continuing. There's plenty of other work for me to do while you're away too.
Are we to return to the headquarters research facility then?
No, that won't be necessary. There is a facility here that should prove more than adequate.
완벽하게 수행되었지 않은가. 하지만
I will say, it feels like Don Quixote is very much kind of like in the I'm one of the main characters for this position.
I mean, I look at who all is currently in the main presence. Hohenheim brought us to what looked like a research lab, lined with cables, rows of screens, and diagrams full of complex symbols and shapes. I didn't know there was a place like this in the House of Spiders.
This is a forward base constructed by Limbus Company following Operation Spiderpire. It did not exist prior to the House's fall. It is intended for additional backdoor investigation and research into irregular phenomena observed during the operation.
Irregular phenomena?
An example. Research subjects such as a spatial analysis of the correlation between the emergence of Sinner 11's sign and the manifestation of possible future.
Oh. Looking around, I spotted Sinclair and a group of researchers surrounding him. The same people who had dragged him off earlier. They were accompanied by a gaggle of sinners who had tagged along either to watch the show or kill some time while they took a breather after work.
Hohenheim, how long will the examination take?
With Sinclair's biometric assessment concluded, the analyzer device should be available for the relic now. Which means that it should be finished in an hour from now at the latest. Scabbard rattled again at the mention of an hour. I don't know why or how, but the way it swayed almost felt like a child trembling. It's moving again. Come along, Ryoshu. I expect you will want to witness the procedure. Fine. Ryoshu and Hohenheim headed off to the side. The examination was probably going to start immediately. Time to get to Sinclair, then. Wait. Making my way towards Sinclair, who was getting bombarded with questions, when an unexpected figure behind a pillar caught my eye. Hey, Vespa! It was Vespa Crabro, with a piece of paper covered in crooked handwriting taped on his back. Snack thief?
Manager. Charon snacks. Mr. Stringbean ate up all of them.
I would not call Vespa a string bean.
I mean, if he tries anything on Charon, on Virgilius will have his head on a stick.
I mean, it would probably be an even fight, all things considered, but like...
I mean, yes, it would,
But
still.
I would not call Vespa a string bean. Like, this dude is more brick wall than Merceau. And Merceau's a goddamn brick wall.
You know those, like joke depictions people have of Captain America? Where his body is literally just a triangle?
Not quite.
That's what Merceau is.
Somehow Vespa is worse than that. Like, we have to take into consideration Merceau is like...
Hello, hun. Vespa is not a string bean, he's the whole pole.
Hold on! No, Charon's calling him a string bean.
She looks like she's never eaten a string bean in her life. She looks unhealthy.
Yeah.
Anyways.
Wait, hang on, I got another one. Merceau. I lift up and I put them down.
I mean, Merceau only does that if commanded, but like, no, like, that's the thing, that Merceau is like 6'4" or something like that, and Vespa is taller than him.
Oh god.
Yeah, Vespa is... he's massive. Merceau, kill him. I will not win. God, what voice do I do for Vespa?
Want me
Sir.
to do something?
No, I'm good. Sorry,
No. Alright.
but I think there's been some misunderstanding.
Ledge, kick his ass.
I could do more for Vespa. Ugh. Not only is this matter not worth pointing fingers over, Charon also shares some of the responsibility for leaving them out on the table unattended. Still, I would prefer you exercise more care next time, or you'll put me in a tough spot. Understood. Charon.
Charon, Super sulky mode engaged. Not talking for half a day.
Deploying super pass bitter candy.
Beep, beep. Mode disabled.
I'm not sure if this is an appropriate request, but may I remove the paper from my back now? It's a little inconvenient for me.
Carol forgives this time. Next time, no mercy.
Best make sure she doesn't listen to that radio channel again. Virgilius looked on with an inscrutable expression as Charon peeled the snack thief sign off Vespa's back.
Virgilius is just so giving the energy of, I'm sorry for my daughter's bad behavior.
A little bit, but he has to kind of put up. Why is her face so unexpressive that she acts like a 5-year-old? Gestures vaguely to Leviathan. I mean, she was kind of always like that, but like gestures vaguely to Leviathan. Make sure to remember this, so I don't have to think I'm burning through what little candy chance I have left on such trivial nonsense. Thank you. Vespa gave a polite thanks, but he was already picking something off another plate and stuffing it into his mouth.
Oh, wait a minute. I was saving that for later.
I assumed you were being picky.
Well, now you know. Yet I see you gobbling up my share. Ugh, he took my snack too, Vetch. Kick his ass.
Rodion Romanovich. Oh, pulling out the full name.
Oh God.
I guess it also is now confirmed that her last name is Romanovich.
My daughter can speak like that to me. You cannot.
Not the full legal name. I mean, to be fair, technically that's not even her full name because according to the book it would be Rodion Romanovich Raskolnikov, but Rodion Romanovich is still pretty close. I am aware that half of the total snack budget is allocated to each sinner as being funneled into your snacking expenses. Now you're raiding the LCE supplies as well.
Chill. Those thoughts been agreed upon, okay? Besides, that's that, and this is this.
Narrows eyes. The lines of Virgilia's brow looked deeper than usual today. Hoping to help him out of this endless cycle of snack-related headaches and to satisfy my own nagging curiosity, I drew near our guide and broke his brooding silence with my TikToks. Did we learn anything about Sinclair's sign?
Dante is inquiring about the outcome of the research on the sign.
I've heard from the researchers, but nothing of particular significance came out of it.
Observation of the sign has so far been limited to 2 individuals, the manager and Sinclair.
Wait, Dante has one?
What?
Eh? Marking that down for later.
Due to the limited accessibility to the phenomena, it is the only verifiable information has so far been its existence. Researching that which cannot be observed is bound to be difficult.
Dante confirmed to solo the entire verse. Faust has a point. Aside from Sinclair, none of the sinners can actually see the sign. And the same would go for the researchers. Even Sonia said only a few select people could perceive it.
If there were more individuals bearing signs, there would be a wider pool for comparative analysis of statistical samples to narrow down the scope. However, records indicate no suitable references exist. At present, the research effort is limited to reducing variables such as whether or not the irregular phenomena are tied to the location where the battle took place.
By individuals bearing signs, do you mean people like Demian and Sanson?
Wait, then could those guys do what Sinclair did? Pull in some superpowered future self and just wreck everything?
Even Sonia. I should step in and put an end to the subject before Rhodia gets the blues. I don't think so. from what Ishmael and Faust reported back then? Right. Sinclair from the future said each sign carries a different power, I think. Maybe, you know, those layers of light rings Demian used to finish off Gromer? Or sent him dragging us into his story? Those could be it.
Aye, that doth seem plausible.
So none of that is information we can confirm yet.
Correct. As you have stated, any discussion of this subject would not venture beyond the realm of wild speculation. Nothing has been proven yet. Ergo, fear would be an unnecessary response at present.
This is, at best, grounded in supposition, but it would seem that the researchers are coaxing forth a hypothesis from the vestiges left in the wake of Sinclair's future self. Oh, that. The bit about the sign maybe being some singularity or whatever, yeah? The precise position of the hypothesis was that the fundamental principles of the signs working may be equivalent to those of singularities or relics. But as no actionable evidence was obtained from Sinclair, there is presently no means by which the hypothesis may be validated. I see. Then nothing came out of them dragging Sinclair off for that research. Oh, you also thought I was being dragged off. But still let it happen anyway? No, I mean... I'm kidding. Just thought I'd try going along with the mood. The old Sinclair wouldn't have even thought to joke around like that. He's really changed lately. For the better, I think. So, did anything happen that we should worry about? I stuck close to him just in case. Nothing serious came up. Just took some blood, a small skin sample. Oh, and they were also checking off if the sign reacts to electrical stimulation. Yeah, and, I had to fill out some questionnaires, too. Things like, please describe what you remember from the battle exactly as it happened. Or list the sensations you felt when you regained consciousness. And your memories at that moment have yet to return? No. I don't know if they'll ever come back, actually. Al said they only exist within my future self, so... Wait, for my future self to even have those memories, shouldn't I carry them in the first place? Which comes first? A paradox, it would seem. In such a case.
That Sinclair is merely one branch among many possible futures.
Boy, he's on! If the future unfurls into boundless branches by means of ceaseless bifurcation, then the body of information that constitutes a certain future would scatter into grains more fleeting than dust, too diminished to ever reverse their course, and trace their path back to the self that now exists. Is that the theory suggested?
Not a certainty, but a plausible interpretation.
So it's possible a certain Sinclair might not even exist.
Basically. I mean, basically, certain Sinclair is under the same principle as the entirety of the identity system. Worlds that may or may not be. Like, we don't know if those worlds may be until they happen. So it's a case of, he may happen, but we don't know until it happens. There you go again. All that nonsense only you lot understand. Oi, memory or not, that future guy still came out of him, didn't he? But some part of him's got to be left in there somewhere, yeah? Like muscle memory or whatever. Perhaps he could still pull off some of those tricks from back then.
Tricks from back then?
Heard you kicked off proper out there. Even pulled out that trick you picked up from that, Blastador geezer, right? Not just that, he was using that Mung technique quite effortlessly too. What? The glowing ring thing? Yep, the glowing ring thing. He had 2 of them coiled around his weapon. I used the glowing ring thing? Something funny about even Sinclair not picking up what it was actually called. This is the first time I'm hearing anything about it. Alright, so what exactly is that glowing ring thing? Anyone? Maybe some technique that enhances physical capability? I mean, I guess that flashy aura that makes you real toss one part of it. But there's got to be more, right? Dunno. Could be a secret finger thing they pass down to their members. Technique, yeah. Something like that. Look at that black coney later, that lay hung prick, and the nurse fathers we fought. A whole lot of them finger, ain't they? Black coney leader. Rabbits? What are they? Oh, right. Zilu. Zilu. The notion seems to unravel, or even among the LCD. There were those who came to wield it. And Virgilius, too. So what? Only the proper hard bastards can use it? Some posh top-end trick, is it? Without anyone in particular prompting it, the sinners slowly turned their gaze towards Virgilius and Vespa. I only learned to wield it from my team leader, too. I have a sensory understanding of Shin, but I can claim nothing too profound. However, what I can spare are some rumors, though they are all without proper sources. Rumors? They circulated among elite fixers and association leadership. That there exists a power called Shin, capable of enhancing the body without having to pay expensive upkeep costs.
A rumor among fixers? A rumor among fixers, sayest thou?
Yes. Even the technique to manifest it. How-to tips, really, spread through hearsay.
Oh yeah, that tracks. Super Rookie column in the latest Mag bonus vid? Bro was really popping off with it. Straight up orb arm with a shiny mong wrapped around the weapon.
God. All of these words are cursed.
Wow, they really wrote her like
She is just
millennial.
we're millennials.
You know what I mean, Harry?
It must be that mine eyes are yet to be privy to seeing such a marvel in a video. Wait, you serious? It's in the latest issue! Literally on the videotape in the back. Maybe you missed it? Video tape? Alas.
Gen Z, that's what I was trying to go for.
For many a week I have been stranded from Mephi, leaving me of a chance to read not only the prior chronicle, but the latest one as well. Woe is me. When I return, I shall feast through the night upon those noble exploits of adventuring fixers.
As Don Quixote dramatically spiraled into a state of utter dejection, Otis cut into the conversation, her gaze narrowing with suspicion. From what I recall, the mantle of Shin grants its users a high degree of physical enhancement. There is no such thing as reinforcement without supplies. No power of that magnitude comes without an equivalent cost to wield it. That power relies on emotion and will for manifestation. Its output is not consistent like prosthesis and augmentation. Depending on how it is used, the consequence it demands can reach levels comparable to the EGO you use. You meant to say that it exacts a toll upon the mind. I can walk you through the fundamentals if you'd like. From what I observed, it appeared to be a technique reserved for those of considerable strength. At our current level, is it not unreasonable to assume we could make use of it? Regarding that, our team leader has been conducting intensive research. According to her, physical strength itself has little bearing on one's ability to learn and wield Shin. As the Yellow Harpoon says, it is, in essence, a power that can be learned by almost anyone, provided they know the proper method of training. Vessa's brows visibly twitched at the moment Yellow Harpoon left Virgilius's lips. Yeah, it doesn't seem like he's a fan of his own title. The Yellow Harpoon. Well, it fits, I think. He's got those yellow stripes on his clothes, and he uses a harpoon too. Can you argue with that? If I were to exaggerate, even Cinder Yisung's pre-contract self could manage to learn it.
Why must this self of mine be chosen as the point of comparison?
Well, 'cause you're the wimpiest one here. Don't let it get to you. Even so, it would be a mistake to assume that it's a power anyone can grasp with ease. As long as you are bound by contract as sinners, your ability to wield it will be severely limited. Unless you rely on particular identities, or come upon an extraordinary circumstance. Shame that. Would have been useful.
Hey, then what about me? Can I learn it too?
Kira, who had been fidgeting with her fingers, raised an arm and asked as though she couldn't hold the question back any longer. Come to think of it, the middle nurse father didn't use any Shin or Mang.
Papa never taught me how to use it. He always said I could get stronger without stupid crutch like that.
It wasn't that he didn't teach you. He couldn't. He was a man who probably had never once reflected upon his own sins. A piece of trash like him would be incapable of even comprehending of such a power in the first place. Vespa's responses always come back to dripping with venomous hatred whenever the conversation turns to the topic of the fingers. Kira must have noticed too, or perhaps she simply couldn't find the right words to push back. Either way, she held her tongue, her expression settling into a blend of frustration and something that looked a little too close to sadness. If you want to reduce it to a yes or no, then yes. You will be able to learn it with the odds in your favor. That is, assuming that the company decides to tolerate your continued existence.
I already said I get it.
As it stands, you are nothing more than a pending case of disposal. Closer to a threat than you are to an ally, strictly speaking. Don't get comfortable because the manager and the sinners treat you with lenience. Step out of line. You will be the one who pays the price. There was nothing in what Virgilia said that I couldn't argue with. Kira had been a member of the House of Spiders. She'd murdered scores of LCE researchers, and left us with plenty of memories we'd rather not revisit. For now, we're just working together. Not contesting that decision doesn't mean we have no hard feelings towards her. Leaving Kira alone with her thoughts, the sinners slipped back into their own business. Snacks, idle chatter, conversations about whatever happened around LCE. The examination is concluded. I suppose it won't be an issue to let you hear the results together. Before we knew it, Wonheim and Ryoshi returned. Hmm. Renketsuen.
No, I randomly looked something up. I'm seeing quite a bit of artwork of Sinclair with he's part of my Chinese, Jia Yu Chun.
Oh, Jia Zichun. That's Honglu's sister.
Yeah, and
Well,
honestly,
Younger sister.
I'm seeing they're a pretty cute couple.
I mean, they get along pretty well. Like, Spring Cultivation kind of hammered in that they have a lot alike, and they really did have some weird chemistry. But that's also because Sinclair is, like, her only friend. So, it also helps that Zichun is actually kind of adorable on her own.
Sinclair goes to Honglu. Can I date your sister? What would his response be?
Honglu's response would be, I don't think that's my decision to make. I think Honglu, I think you should ask my sister.
Well, I mean, like, would you care if I did?
It's Honglu. He probably doesn't give a shit. It's like he knows Sinclair, and it's also Honglu, so he's just like,
I
whatever.
mean, I figured as much, but I just like I find the idea of funny for like 1 second. Honglu completely breaks character and gets like super serious and just like, what? Just goes into like Big Brother mode.
I feel like Big Brother mode on Honglu is really hard to activate because even with all the shit that actually happened, Canto 7 is like the first time he showed genuine concern. Alright, to present the conclusion first. No, the notion of the sword being a sentient one is incorrect. The locus of the will is not the blade, but the scabbard. An Egeo forged in a rather paradoxical nature. Yes, that would be the most appropriate description. No sentient sword, huh? Ryoshi, whose grumpy dismissal made the scabbard quiver almost as if it had taken offense. Somehow, I felt like I could understand what Hohenheim meant by will now. It was a reunion of sorts, one that gave both a twinge of sadness and hope. If the scabbard has its own will, does that mean the owner of that will can be resurrected?
It is too premature to deliberate on the matter. The state of existence under question is not one that may be defined as death at the moment.
I think the more Big Brother mode would be more... would just him becoming Jiachu. That dude seems like an over... Yeah, Jiachu was definitely the overprotected brother. And we've seen what happens if Honglu, quote, goes full Jiachu. So... I assume they asked whether it can be revived or brought back to life, so to speak. Even supposing that survival is a fixed variable, and that the reconstitution of the original corporeal body falls within the realm of theoretical possibility, the probability reaches zero given the limits of today's technology and conditions. We researchers are inclined to entertain even infinitesimal chances, but in the terminology of the lay people like yourself, such a prospect would be labeled impossible, wouldn't it? There is no need to fixate on the impossibilities of the present, Manager Dante. Such matters are reserved for us scientists to hold on to. Right. Ah, but we may have uncovered a thread. Something that could lead to restoring Sinner Ryoshi's memories. Though again, that too is merely a possibility. A far more practical avenue for you to pursue at the moment, nevertheless. And to that end... yes, further analysis on the scabbard itself would be necessary. Coordinate with Alan for your next duty. He should still be in the ring nurse father's quarters. That will be all. Hohenheim cut himself off there, clamping his mouth shut as if any further exchange might scatter and mess up the theories he's constructed in our conversation. Alright then, before we go. Anyone want to tag along? Munching on food, averting their gaze, the sinners were pretending they weren't interested at all. But going by the way their forks had long since stopped moving, it was pretty clear to me that they'd been intently listening on our conversation. Where are we to go? Ah, right. Sorry, forgot the rest of you weren't there with us earlier. Faust, Don Quixote, Ryoshu, and I have been checking where each back door leads. Oh, and Kira too. The prisoner of war, executive manager?
You talking about me? Yeah, I guess. I'm working with him too, yeah.
Best remember to tread carefully. Should you cause even the slightest harm to the executive manager, you will be held accountable without exception.
Yeah, sure. What else?
I mean, that is my average reaction to anything out of Otis's mouth. Kira needled at Otis with a mocking pout, but oddly enough, she didn't appear particularly irritated. Anyway, I think it'd be better if we had a few more people, just to be safe. One of the doors we went into earlier led straight to the ring's corridor. That was a close call. Otis and Heathcliff's hands shot up at the moment I finished speaking. Damn, Heathcliff would be like, oh, I want to punch some dudes. I would very much like to accompany you, Executive Manager. I knew I could rely on you, Otis. Your recognition of my loyalty honors me, Executive Manager. I, Otis, understand better than anyone your concern about the peril of working with a prisoner of war so liable to betray. To have your indispensable...
Otis, push this boulder. Understood.
She's not Sisyphus. Although,
I mean, I was originally gonna say house. I don't know. I don't know why I said boulder instead.
Greek.
Look. If Dante said to Otis, punch yourself in the face, Otis would do so without hesitation.
I think she would hesitate because she would argue that it would be a worthless endeavor. Marceau, on the other hand, would be like, at once. To have your indispensable self proceed with only a handful of soldiers under your command. This cannot stand. I'm afraid I won't be able to focus on other duties while personally seeing to your safety. I get it, Otis. You made your point clear enough. Not keen on how I just keel over the moment you summoned me. Feels a bit dodgy, that. But I stick by your side and scrap it out myself. You probably don't need me to come along then. I guess you can just summon the rest of us like you did earlier if shit hits the fan. Research yet unfinished holds my efforts. I shall join you once it has found closure. I don't think I could be much help wherever you're going. I'll pass. I will follow if that is your order, manager. No, it's fine. Just get some rest. Probably be okay. I can always summon them again if things get too dangerous. For now, I should go see Alan again. Or so, kill Hermes. Marceau, what is the air velocity of an unladen swallow? European or Asian? Yes, sir?
Nothing that the European or Asian thing.
Well, it's in European or African, but, like, that came up because, we rewatched, Holy Grail not, like, last night before.
Oh, Monty Python and the Holy Grail is so good.
Let's see here.
I remember my mom once went to like when she was on like a girls trip with some of her friends. Like I think it was in like New York. She went to like a actual performance of it, and brought me back a shirt I had for years, where it was just a cow flying through the air, and it said "Fetch the vache," like just
Yeah.
fetch the cow in French.
Yeah? Ah, you've arrived. I was waiting for you. We sifted through and isolated the doors with the highest probability of leading into the rings gallery. The next step would be to enter the alternate door you mentioned, but...
Hold up a sec. I was actually gatekeeping more stuff.
Huh? Imagine Marceau standing up meanwhile we're going out. Yeah, Marceau! He's either just standing there like a goddamn statue, or he is probably partaking in so much chocolate that even Rodian isn't like, chill out on the snacks. Cause, fun book-based Marceau fact. He really likes chocolate. Gatekeeping? Are you saying you have more to tell about gates? Doors?
Yep. The door over there? Pretty sure it connects to Incorp's nest. I saw Bina going in, all hyped about some canned whatever it was.
That's probably how we're gonna get to N Corp for Canto 10. Because I was like, we're still in fucking H Corp. How the hell are we getting to N Corp in any reasonable amount of time?
And that wooden door with the bandages wrapped around the handle? Papa go in there to cross out vengeances. From what the book said, probably protected by a thumb subsidiary or something?
Unlike earlier, when she offered only vague snippets, even just about a single door. Here was now feeding Alan a stream of intel that seemed solid even to someone as clueless about the back door as me. She's far more cooperative than anticipated. Even after that Alan character roughed her up, from what I hear. Yeah, you'd think she'd clam up out of spite. Wonder if she changed her mind about cooperating with us. Nevertheless, we mustn't let our guard down, Executive Manager. There's no telling when she'll turn on us.
Frickin'! I can literally hear everything you're saying, you know.
Alright then.
I'm in the same room as you. Hello.
It's like, you're 2 feet away.
Alright
I
then.
have ears.
Based on the intel, please proceed by investigating the safest doors first. As for the high-risk ones, I'll continue checking and let you know which ones you need to enter. Alan tinkered with the devices around him and flashed a couple of doors with blue light. Guess that means we start with those. Where do you guys want to go first? They all look about the same. Just start with the closest one. Well, Alan did say these are the safest ones, so it shouldn't matter which one. Just as I reached for the nearest door, as Heathcliff told me to, Ryoshu suddenly veered off, stopping in front of another one that stood a few steps apart. This door. It feels familiar. You recognize that door? I think I passed through it a few times when I was little. Hardly had Ryoshu stopped speaking when a fragmented memory, painted over in parts, slipped into my mind. Sorry. It hurt a lot, didn't it? I should have finished my homework faster. Oh, I know. Let's go for a walk. I don't recall much about it. That memory just now. Could it be tied to Araya? Let's start with that door. Okay. This one, yeah? Here we go. Impatient as ever, Heathcliff shoved the door open and strode in first. The rest of us followed, including Kira and the other sinners. And this place is...
Judging by its state, it seems to be a welfare facility located within a nest. Most likely a park.
Every sidewalk in here's dragging some animal along. They got money to burn. Proper rich lot, this place. The walk, the path, Ryoshu mentioned in her memory. And the sight of people fussing over their pets. The pieces clicked together, and I voiced the other memory I saw back at the House of Spiders. Did you ever come here with a puppy named Saru? Yeah. I remember that. Not a puppy, though. Saru was a bit bigger by then.
Sorry. It hurt a lot, didn't it? I should have finished my homework faster. Oh, doggy. Isn't she getting any better? Give her lots to eat. Oh, I know. Want to go for walkies? Love walkies, don't you, Saru? There's this workshop Dad always visits. The door there's connected to a park. We can go right now.
Ryoshu's childhood memory burned bright in my vision before passing. That was her as a kid?
Really? Such gentleness does seem most unlike the young Ryoshu.
Hey, clock! Who said you could show them my memories willy-nilly? No, come on. You know it's not something I can control. GG. Back in the House of Spiders, I was the only one who could see the vision of Ryoshu's past. This time, though, the memories seemed to manifest for everyone around. Just like what we experienced in H-Corp with Hong Lu. Which probably means...
Why are you all staring at me? So random. What the hell?
Did you not see that just now?
See what? You guys zoning out together?
Guessing it doesn't apply to Kira. And again, unlike how it was between Lin Daiyu and Hong Lu, Kira doesn't have any direct connection to Ryoshu. I guess it makes sense.
Was that adorable hound but thy companion of old, young Ryoshu?
Indeed. My one and only best friend. And because of that, sorrow would be locked away in the vault every time I had to depart on an assignment, with a spiral driven through her. First ever leash. Looking back, it might have been a kinder fate had she died sooner.
Inflict such cruelty upon a voiceless animal. How could such wickedness be born?
What happened to Saru in the end? She died before her time. I don't recall why. There was this day when Saru wouldn't stop whimpering in pain, and I shut myself in my room crying. You what? Not someone else? Who else? See, it was me. Even after witnessing the fragment of memory, Heathcliff looked utterly unconvinced. While I was grieving, Callisto offered a solution. Said he would give me a gift the next day. And what I received was something he called the Beast Bone Blade. A Canto that would whine and yelp in Sorrow's voice with every swing.
Ew. No way. I always knew there was something creepy about Robolunk. So that's how he killed your dog, huh?
No, he didn't kill Sorrow. That Canto was alive. Did you just say alive? Bloody hell. Right, none of that psycho. Her eyes were embedded in like adornments, and they'd stare at me in accusation. The tiny heart beat as though it was quaking with fear. It was a horrible sight, and I felt pity. So I shortened what remained of her time with my own hands. Got me thinking after all that. Why do you still mess with that odd thing then? Let's be honest. After seeing something like that, you'd want to steer well clear, yeah?
Right. Those things he called artworks were all so cursed. Straight up nightmare fuel. Like, I haven't really checked out the other ring artworks outside and Albina and her nurse fathers. So maybe I'm just some noob when it comes to all that. But yeah, their stuff never gave me any art vibes for real.
I thought the same. Well, I was terrified at first. But as I learned more, there were some facets that suited my taste.
Thou fondest appeal in those grotesque creations.
From what you told me about Callisto, looks like he failed to stick to his own advice. But there's something he always used to say. Art is wholly subjective, and thus one must never expect the understanding of others. Canny, the horrible. There's a beauty that lies in the grotesqueness of it all. Can't say I quite get it, but if you say so. No, but bloody hell, how do you end up getting used to that kind of thing? Why do you need to understand? You're not an artist. I got used to it. That bastard Callisto's installation artworks caused night terrors and nightmares for her. The scabbard moved and Ryoshu came to a pause. It trembled, but there was at once a strange liveliness to it, as though it quivered between fear and anticipation. Night terrors. Crying from night terror. Nightmares. In the House of Spiders?
There was actually someone who got scared of ring stuff. There was actually someone who got scared of ring stuff back in your day.
I need to check something. We've seen enough here. Let's go back. Yeah, let's... Nothing else worth checking out around here anyway. With the inspection complete, we quickly followed Ryoshu back. She stood in front of the artworks covered in sheets of cloth, lost in thought. Right here. There used to be a huge artwork displayed here. I don't know what kind of impulses struck him, but the bastard went about fussing, saying he needed practice so he wouldn't lose his touch. What's wrong?
Over there.
Thought I told you to keep the exhibition in your room. Ah, you've returned, Yoshihide. Decided to attempt installation art of a somewhat larger scale this time, but I ran out of space in my gallery.
People are screaming.
Dearest Yoshihide, Raya has reached an age where she may be introduced into the world of aesthetics. Surely this wouldn't be a problem. It would. You liking it and me acquiring the taste doesn't mean Araya will. Let's get you back to our room. I was hugging something in my arms. I was crying. Sorrow? No. Too big to be sorrow. The lacerated memories can never be made whole, no matter how many fragments are glued together. We could tell Ryoshu everything we knew about Araya, but it never truly reached her. I see. This hollow void. This must be Araya. The sensation and emotion for what's been emptied begin to entangle within Ryoshu's memories. And that makes it possible for us to reminisce about Araya together. The soft rattle Araya gave seemed to show how pleased she was with this small step. Alright, time to check out the next door. We entered several more back doors that Alan pointed out. But unfortunately, none of the places we ended up stirred Ryoshu's memories any further.
Pretty much nothing here. I think we're done. What the? How'd they get in here?
Startled, Kira pointed ahead, where figures wearing animal masks were hauling what looked like massive lumps of flesh hidden behind a tent of sorts. Those ring assailants from before?
Didst thou not say thou hast sealed the door earlier? How then will these villains come to stand before us once more?
They probably infiltrated via an entirely separate route. Another back door. As you can see, their objective appears to be the retrieval of the Ring Nurse Father's artworks. Get on with it! We need to move as many pieces as we can before we pull out.
Wait, I thought Robo-Unk was washed. He's got so many fanboys and fangirls here.
Does his artwork possess value in of itself? Or is it just a case of posthumous premium of death effect? Think about it. Some of the pieces have already been taken. Of course, they are of little value to both our companies. Watching them sweating and struggling to drag those mediocre pieces with them. Pretty funny. But imagining how those pieces will be labeled with some pathetic notion of heritage connected to my name on their description plaques. Pretty unsavory. They may be occupied with transporting those objects for now, but they will likely soon find cause to harm the Wayfarer and the LCE personnel stationed here, Executive Manager. It would be prudent to eliminate them without delay, considering the ring's reputation. Otis is right. Better to wipe them out before they try anything stupid. Guys, looks like we've got another job to do. Lend me a hand. Radio didn't buzz with the sinner's reply this time, but it should be fine.
최선을 다해보자. 방금 벌레 말은 듣지 않다는 사람 누구야? 그래, 그러자.
효과적이네요. 이 방식을 기억하는 게 좋겠어요.
I'm trying to remember what song in Ruina this reminds me of. I think this is a Ruina song. Or at least it's been remixed. Oh yeah, it's definitely been remixed.
I mean, given the final boss of the previous Canto,
I mean, yeah, I could see that. But which song is this? Is it General Works? I don't know if it's General Works, but I'll have to look this up later and it'll jog my memory, but it's definitely a remix of the Ruina song. Which is weird because the ring basically doesn't exist in Ruina at all. Like, it was one of the... like, the only fingers we ever met in Ruina was index and thumb. We only met one member in the middle. So it's like, weird. Yeah, I'm definitely thinking that this is like floor realization general works or something like that. Because of the heavy violin, which is heavily associated with Angela. But it definitely has that extra remix in there. Same with the Pinky, they don't appear. Yeah, well, that makes sense given what the Pinky is. Like, them not appearing at all until now really made sense. Maybe this isn't General Works, but one of the later songs? Like, this might be Briya? I don't remember. Because I don't think it's a Seiya or Atziluth. Again, this is a case of it'll just bother me until I get around to it, but you know.
아까처럼만 해. 그럼 이번 전투도 쉽게 갈 수 있을 거야. 어때? 죽을 것 같지?
완벽한 한방. 시원한 걸. 방금 전에는
Oh, this guy is going to get trashed.
베르의 그 인간도 이걸 인정할 걸?
I don't exactly think a 1v8 is fair. Winner.
With this, the last of the ring's infiltrators have been eradicated.
Is that all of them? Ryoshu kept glancing around as if searching for someone, but fortunately, no other ring members were in sight. Right. Where the hell were those lot coming from anyway? It wasn't just the first wave. Had more of the sons legging in from the back like they were looking somewhere else. According to the tracking logs recorded by the surveillance devices installed here, they appear to have crossed over from another corridor. Another corridor?
What precisely does the designation another corridor refer to?
The room resembling a shopping mall. And the one filled with batches of toys on display. Your company, if I recall correctly, designated as the corridor of the middle, Nurse Father?
Oh.
I suggest we relocate there. Your assigned tasks here have been wrapping up. Oh, and before we set off, do you have any information to share in advance? We are planning to compile a comprehensive encyclopedia cataloging the notable characteristics of these corridors and all of their connection loci. Cooperation will be most appreciated. Kira seemed to hesitate, gnawing at her nails as she were going through an inner struggle. Before long, however, she snapped out of it like she just locked in on a decision.
Sure, I got stuff to tell you. Like, hella stuff. Some parts are kind of fuzzy, not gonna lie. I can still recall like 20 places clear enough. I mean, it was home for me and Papa, so...
I got nothing. I never once regarded that fucker's room as a home, and my memories of it are all fragments at best. The scabbard gave a faint, restless stir. Perhaps it wanted to comfort Ryoshu in the only way it could. And accompanied by its tremors, began our move toward the corridor of the middle.
완벽하게 수행되었지 않은가? 하지만 아직 기약은 없구려. 그렇다면 여전히 난 아무것도
말고 침식도.
Oh no, I'm average level 59. Whatever will I do? The heck? They swiped everything that wasn't nailed down, huh? Fret not, I spy the half of thy worldly possessions. I'll take you later and fix the figurines, video game cartridges. I'm not talking about my toy box, Kay. Hell, many of them anyway. My TV's gone. Couch too. As Kira said, only a conspicuous empty space was left where the television and family couch set used to be. Oh, those? LCA researchers hauled them away. From the sound of it, they're going to set them up in their staff lounge. Goddamn. As for the leather and the ornaments, they said they'll be selling them off. Yeah. Oda seemed to notice something at the moment. She caught Kira's wistful look. Corners of her lips curled into a faint smile and she spoke with feigned nonchalance. Who knows? With sufficient cooperation, perhaps they've become more receptive to the idea of returning those items. Assuming much? Never said I wanted them back. Anyway, I'll tell you about what I know. So come this way if you want in. These two doors here are made from paper and wood. They connect to Escort. That one reinforced with steel. That one leads to V-Corp back streets, where... and lived here and made frequent use of the doors herself. Kira was clearly the right person for the job of identifying where each door Wayfarer Company had asked us to explore led. Directed by Kira and accompanied by Alan, we checked the doors one by one. Good work. All data seems to match. Thank you for your cooperation. Tell them there was just one back door left open. I know this isn't anything new, but I've got to say, these back doors are too bloody convenient. Are just too bloody convenient. And portals too. Ain't doing anything shady like the warp trains either, is it? It's just as simple as turning the knob and entering. Seems to me you'll outpace your business rival in no time. I'm a bit hard-pressed to agree with too convenient sentiment when it comes to using the back doors and portals, but since your intent was to claim Wayfarer's superiority over the current W Corp, I'll take that as a compliment. Did I say something wrong? Every technology comes with a cost, Heathcliff. Aptly said. While this has been a workday relatively free of casualties thanks to the quality information you have provided, do understand that Wayfarer Company's primary services include pathfinding, path security, and path maintenance. Each of those services is fraught with life-threatening dangers for our employees. Some never return after embarking on a pathfinding journey, some are killed while battling monstrous entities, whose exact natures haven't even been confirmed yet, that appear in the liminal space between paths. It also costs a pretty penny to keep the secured path, well, secure. I'd say our operating cost is on the rather steep side, especially considering that we were also trying to prevent our rivals from taking this corner of the market. Thinking back, I don't think I've ever seen Alan enter a door to a new location with his helmet off. Must be one of his precautions, just in case. Maybe his dry smile and unsettling lack of reaction to anything are hints that he simply seemed too much to be fazed by most horrors. Still, our work's gotten considerably easier for this job thanks to the help of everyone here. Honestly, this partnership is working much better than I expected. Very well then, let's take a look at the last door. Ah, it's the door Papa used to walk through all the time. I followed Kira into the door, and the second I crossed over the threshold, a breeze carrying an oddly familiar, salty smell tickled the tips of my, one of my clock hands. This one connects to somewhere in the general Great Lake area, it seems. Welcome to U-Corp's giant Stingray port ship. Stingray, huh? When does that ring a bell? Hang on a minute, it's that... Here's that place, ain't it? The port ship that has the Salon de Malheur. The private hair salon. The fucking hair coupons come back.
Oh, no.
Let's hope Ricardo is nowhere near us. Heathcliff chimed in with a shudder, as though the sheer weight behind his words terrified him.
Oh, doth that signify then that we shall finally be made audience to young Heathcliff and his hairy luscious?
Oh, quit it with that luscious nonsense, lass. Why encourage me now when you've been so cavalier about blotting my villainous ass back at the lake?
Indeed. Alas, 'tis true that punishment wrought upon our merry band hath severely outweighed the crime. Wouldst thou not agree, young Heathcliff, that to put the coupons to use would remedy thy pain a smidge?
No, bugger it. I ain't even got anyone to spruce up for anymore.
Sweet! Can I use that? We were regulars at the Maloo place, Papa and me. Papa would ask the middle, and for a favor, he'd bring loads of coupons back home. They give away hair coupon every 10 visits, you see, so I... what am I even yapping about all excited?
Kira, who seemed ready to launch into a cheerful rant, came to an abrupt pause like a bike tripping over a ledge. Her face fell as she lowered her gaze and scuffed a pebble away.
Looking back, guess Papa did hell care for me, so why? It's also true these guys went out of their way to get me out of there, even though they didn't know me so well. Why's it gotta be so complicated?
Matthias gave you that unaesthetic BC?
The heck's a BC?
Bull cut.
Bro, listen. Like I said, that's not how you shorten these things.
For some reason, Ryosha seemed almost gleeful to hear Kira correcting her acronym. It was a reminiscent of that self-satisfied look she'd get after confusing us with these acronyms, especially during the early days of our bus journey. Thinking back, ever since Sinclair's translation became reliable enough, the sinners had less reason to voice their frustrations with Ryoshu's acronyms, which in turn gave her fewer causes to snicker about. I'm not sure why, but something tells me that she might be making her acronyms ridiculously incomprehensible on purpose. If your conjecture is correct, Executive Manager, she has one tasteless sense of humor. From what I recall, the toys and games he went into were pretty retro. Must have been annoying to play along.
At first. But the more I played along, the more I got into it. Still corny and juvenile as shit, though. I know aught of that conflict within thee. Trifling and apocryphal they may be, yeah, yet we are all compelled to peer hindwards at the interests of the family. Yeah, I wanted to know what Papa was into, to really get what he was talking about. Besides, I need to know these things if I wanted to chat him up and talk about a mutual subject, so... You tell me about you all the time, Yoshihide. Proud shit. Not a day went by without him saying stuff like, Yoshihide learned this in 2 days, or yo, this was Yoshihide's fave, you know?
Too bad I wasn't here to tell that his words weren't worth shit. Once thought of him as the same as you do now. A good man, at least among the nurse fathers. Caring enough to bring me gifts. But one day, I realized he'd never understand the things I really cared about, even if his life had depended on it.
One day, thou sayest. Pray tell, was there aught that had changed thy perception of that man?
That... I don't remember when or why. Just that it happened.
Wait, I might know this. Wasn't it something that happened at school? Papa told me that things started getting awkward between you and him ever since you quit school.
Bullshit. I've never been to school. Never even thought about wanting to go to school. Matthias must have been talking out his ass again.
Huh? No way, bro. I even saw a clip of it.
What?
Papa showed me that video when he was teaching me how to use these doors. I even saw baby you going, I walk to school, Dad, in that video. So I'm pretty dang sure.
But I don't. Kira went on. Ryoshi's confidence from her initial retort seemed to slip away. Couldn't blame her. So much of her memory had been mutilated. Ryosha didn't sound like she was denying it out of hand, though. She seemed to mean it when she said she'd never been to school and had never even wanted to. And I want to glimpse the fragment of memory that made her say that. The moment I willed it, a scene from her past suddenly flashed across my eyes. Very well, Yoshihide. I will register you in an institution that is not entirely dissimilar from school. There is a subsidiary of the Ring. Academy. You sure it was a school? Not like an art academy or something like it?
Wait, that kind of makes more sense, yeah. Must have been an academy, not a school.
Academy of Art. Huh. Ryoshi muttered a few words as though they were pieces of a puzzle she was reassembling. Then, after a brief moment, she turned toward me with an astounded scoff and a look of mild irritation. Clock. You deserve a smack. Then lightly smacked me upside the head with her scabbard. What was that for? This memory sucks, Clock. Would have been just fine without it. But at least I got to remember the incident that changed my perspective on Matthias.
Dad, how do I go to a school?
School, Yoshihide? Well, I don't see why you would wish, let alone need to go to such an institution when we nurse fathers are here to provide you with all the education you require. You would later find our unique style of homeschooling to have been much more enlightening than trudging through any of the less formulaic educational systems.
But Dad, I saw him in a picture book. And I don't have any friends here.
Oh, Rian and his pointless... But it is true that there are qualities that can be learned only through the group erudition that engenders competition. Very well, Yoshihide. I will register you in an institution that is not entirely dissimilar from school.
Really?
I intend to send Yoshihide to an academy as part of my educational curriculum. There is an Academy of Art, a subsidiary of the Ring. And you ship with other talented children of approximately her age, nourish the spirit of inspiration that will guide Yoshihide's growth. The prescript approves. But Callista, I tell you now that you might be making a mistake. And how are you so certain of that? Do elaborate if you can, hand puppet of the prescripts by whom every aspect of existence is articulated. Or do you even know of choice, of what is right or wrong? And off they went. Perhaps a little more situational awareness would have prevented what is to come. Callisto had found me a rather decent academy. The artworks that used to scare me when I was alone weren't so bad when I was with other kids. No, that's not quite it. It'd be more accurate to say that I started to understand people's perception of beauty. Of course I would. When we were all we ever did was nod along to the lectures and spout purple prose, all the while making pincushions out of people's bodies like it was nothing. Our lesson today will focus on corporeal techniques. Now, take a good look at the diagram here, and then the mannequins before you. Weave the blood vessels in the same pattern as the diagram.
Hey, why were you even learning about corporeal stuff in this day and age?
Right? I don't get what the point of the slug is. Trying and shit. Blood vessels to make a color that a drop of ink could do better. I read that in a book.
We're excited to learn about Cubist technique than this crap. Honestly, why is this washed up movement even part of the curriculum? Just boring, shallow gore stuff? No, it's gory, but it's boring and shallow because you guys are bad.
What? Oh, you're mad because your daddy's a lame corporist.
Oh, is he? The other stuff is... Ow! I always thought that people who say bad things about my family deserve to get their butt kicked.
Then bad math and Callisto wasn't actually what set me off. I didn't have any special reverence or attachment to family like Matthias did either. Just what I was taught to dislike, that's all. Just one of those tantrums kids at that age have. Kids will be kids and all that.
I'm home, Dad.
Hey, buddy, you're home early. Man must have been playing rough today, huh? Got dust all over.
Got into a fight.
Fight?
Yeah. He kept saying dumb things about class stuff, so I smacked him.
What about you? They didn't hit you anywhere, did they, buddy?
On my cheek. That's okay. Because I punched him this many more times. Did I do good?
That's my girl.
Dad? Where are you going?
Oh, you know. Just got some business to take care of. We'll just sit tight and work on a coloring. I'll be home before you know.
Okay. Is it real business?
No, it's family business. I ain't seen
And
what's
then they died.
Probably. Cause welcome to the middle. I ain't seen what's so bad about taking care of your own. Them naughty sons don't no respect unless you be into them. If only he had been a simple-minded fool like you. And the story would have ended right there with a pat on my head. What?
Papa, I mean, the middle doesn't stop there. Never does. You hurt a member of the family? Then automatically get you written up in the book.
Yeah. And he did what he did in the end. There you are, Yoshihide. Class starting already. Diligent little girl. Wonder who she takes after.
Eh?
I know. I said I'll be back before you know it. But I got a bit lost trying to find my way through the ring bastard tricky mazes. You know how they are. Oh yeah, and there's so many sniveling brats here. Well, as for the crimes, slapped my buddy's face hard enough to leave a mark. That's an arm for you. The instructors, anyone agreed that they did one sorry job of keeping these tykes under control. Case pursuant to Title 2, Section 52 of the book. Execution by beheading. Clearly don't got much use for what sits on their shoulders, eh? How you like it, buddy? Pop's the best, ain't he? How dare! Such senseless barbaric violence! Uncultured, uncivilized animal. Do not be discouraged, dear Yoshihide. Find out yet another academy worthy of your talents. It's a much more significant and prestigious institution this time. I assure you, even as intemperate berserker like Matthias dared force his way into such a place as he did the previous academy.
Why not?
Yoshihide?
Go, Academy. I wanna go. I don't need friends anyway.
For all his posturing, nothing that was ever important to me held any significance to Matthias. He took a lot away from me just to feel good about himself. So I hoped he, more than anyone, never find out about the things I held dear, because I was afraid he would take them away from me like he did the others. But he'd always catch on faster than he had any right to. Every contract that took me away from the House of Spiders made me tremble in anxiety. Because I was worried about... I don't remember what. But I do know that I could never stop thinking about my room. So whatever occupied the room in my absence must have been the most precious thing to me in the world. The scabbard, which had been stirring lightly as Ryushi recounted her past, soon began to rattle audibly. It's doing that thing again. Ryushi patted the scabbard with a gentle, reassuring hand. The scabbard that was once Araya, a memory without attachment. It appeared to me almost as though she was pacifying a crying child. Seeing that gesture, Heathcliff briefly cast a sullen yet faintly expectant gaze between Ryoshi's scabbard and my device. He must be thinking back to his last conversation with Catherine. Catherine's existence, unlike Araya's, was erased by the Golden Bough itself. I doubt this device could do anything for Heathcliff at this point. From everything we know, the ring nurse father seems to have been the least awful parental figure in your childhood.
Huh. Yeah. Didn't know that Robot was such a radical guy. He sent you to an academy like you won and even got angry on your behalf?
Oh. Hazy memories. Almost forgot to mention. A few days after that, Callista left a snowman by my pillow as a gift. It's made of heads.
Heads?
Yeah, decapitated heads from the incident at the academy. Thread together into a sculpture. Thinking back, it was one sorry excuse for an art. He's sorely mistaken if he thought some low-effort bullshit like that could make me feel better. Ugh. Gotta spare us the details, lass. W. Callisto, best nurse. Best nurse by virtue of being the least worst. By default, the best way to win. Well, with that covered, you guys want to head back? Hang on.
What's up? Gonna get that luscious treatment before heading back?
Shut it, you! That ain't it. Look there. Those blokes walking out of the salon. Balvis, aren't they? They found us.
It would not be odd to find a field branch of the Ring's art movement in different districts of the city, especially that of the Favis scale, however. Various evidence, such as their mass and the fact that our group has immediately drawn their attention, suggests that they are the same pack as the one making regular incursions into the House of Spiders.
This is LCB, speaking to Team Leader Allen, requesting immediate commencement of lockdown sequence. Copy that. And then why don't we...
Holy shit, guys, stop!
Bloody hell, what?
Do you know where you are? You're smack dab in the middle protected turf. Cause a scene and brothers and sisters in the middle will be here any second.
Oh yeah. That's gonna be a problem. Already on the Ring's unwanted attention. Certainly don't want the middle coming after us into the House of Spiders too. Sounds like you've got a GI. Talk.
Ever played whack-a-mole? Like, why give ourselves a countdown? Just head back to the door now and beat up whoever thinks it's a great idea to walk in through the door.
She puts on forth sound strategy, Executive Manager. As long as there's no high-ranking officer among them, it would be to our benefit. Well then, let's do as Kira says. That was quick. Alan blinked, shooting us a puzzled look as our entire squad came pouring through the door long before he finished the lockdown sequence.
Due to newly emergent complications past the door, we have concluded that this location is the optimal point to intercept and engage the infiltrators from the Ring.
This location, you say? Ah, wait. That door leads to a zone under its syndicated wings protection, doesn't it? Better idea to fight here, then. Happy to work with someone quick on the uptake. So long before Falvis began rushing in through the open door. I didn't want to summon them while they're relaxing, but... well, can't be helped. And I summoned the sinners back to work. 이제마?
가서 할 수 있는 건 다 해보고 오라고. 저보다 한 주먹거리도 안 되는 놈들이니까.
I will warn an ad break is coming up on the stream. Thankfully, it seems to only be interrupting a battle, so that'll be fun. Limbus evil company kills furry reps and they're furry guys. Hey. They came after us first.
I mean, you were kind of intruding in their hair salon.
It's not even their hair salon, it was a middle hair salon. This is the Ring. We were just standing there. Menacingly. But we were just standing there, and they came after us.
The Ring. So why were you attacking people in our hair salon?
I mean, we're not even attacking them in the hair salon. We went back. Wasn't there a furry in the that was Tanya, and she wasn't exactly a furry as much as she distorted.
사냥이 성공적이었네요. 이 흐름대로 사냥을 끝내러 가요.
like, when it comes to Tanya and Rowena, like, her entire thing is, animal features and human. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I'm not arguing with that. It's just that Tanya distorted. Like she wasn't a member of the middle who was dressed up like that. No, it's that Roland decimated the entire part of the middle she was part of, distorted from that, and then became Le Heur de Loup. It was just kind of more of a happenstance thing, rather than these guys who are doing it on purpose.
So what percentage of the middle did Roland wipe out?
He wiped out an entire section in the southern part of the city. Like, basically, the middle had no influence in the south of the city.
So he probably got rid of, like, a good 15 to 20% of them.
Yeah, like, basically, if they were out on the lake like Ricardo was, he probably didn't go all the way out there. But, like, T-Corp, Inland U-Corp, V-Corp, yeah, they were probably decimated.
So for a good while, the middle was
Fucked.
in pretty rough shape compared to the other fingers.
I mean, according to the actual timeline of shenanigans, the middle is still kind of the worst off because of Roland's shenanigans. Like, that's actually a thing that gets brought up in Rowena, that basically they have no foothold in the southern part of the city, which is why they're not exactly encroaching on the turf war that's going on in L-Corp. They just don't have the numbers for it right now. That, and I think in the outskirts there's currently a turf war between the Pinky and the middle? Might be the thumb or the ring, but I know that someone's having a turf war with the Pinky out in the outskirts for some reason. That really
So hypothetically, like, let's say, because given Ryoshu's situation, let's say somebody, like, becomes a kid becomes best friends with, like, the kid of somebody who's high ranking in the middle. Something happens to that friend. What would the middle do if, like, you know, the child that killed my best friend?
I think that would probably still do something of encroaching within the middle's shenanigans, because it's probably highly likely that kid was also protected by the middle. I don't know why the Pinky are fighting for territory. It was Library of Runa. They probably hadn't fully settled everything, and also I'm gonna look at Lei Hang. Maybe he was pretending to be something else. I don't know.
The only thing I'm getting from this, it's basically just typical gang violence.
Yeah, like, remember, that is a thing Jiuqiu brings up at the end of, Canto 8, that a lot of the Pinky has lost its way. That's the main reason why Jiuqiu isn't accompanying us, is because a lot of the Pinky has lost its way, and he's trying to right that. Still, Lei Hang, somehow the most normal person in Ryoshu's life. Okay, that about wraps up the middle corridor. Thanks to you folks, we managed to cut the door cataloging workload by 80%. Really appreciate everyone going the extra mile to check each and every door, too. Made my life a whole easier. It's all thanks to the manager's excellent strategization. Next up, the Thumbs corridor. We actually found a lot of intel lying around there, so we just need you to check some of the doors in its basement. Intel?
The manager expresses interest in the aforementioned intel.
Ah, that. In the Thumbs corridor, we came across a bundle of papers detailing the comings and goings of the Thumbs members, and the orders they were carrying. Whoever wrote the logs has been diligently keeping them updated. The last entry was written not so long ago. In Ryoshu's past, if it was Ryoshu's life, I'd call someone from the LCB the most normal person she's met. For example, Heathcliff. I mean, yeah, but I mean, like, obviously, I meant anyone in the House of Spiders or associate. Like, it's kind of weird in the fact that Lei Hang is somehow the most normal person, and he was still a bastard. While the contents of the notes weren't all that interesting, they helped us get an idea of where each door in that corridor leads to. Valencina's shitty scrap papers. She'd been keeping up with that useless shit this whole time. Ugh. Useless shit?
Remnants of her desperate search for a thread to cling to.
We found one of her backup ticket hoards. I've marked any doors that need work with a drone. There should be about 3 or 4 of them. While you guys do that, I've got some leftover work to take care of over here, so... I'm noticing throughout our interactions, but whenever anything irrelevant to his work came up, Long seemed to have a way of unhearing and maneuvering right past it as though he didn't even register what was said. Calling our conversation with Cesara back at P-Corp. That deeply uncurious indifference might just be one of the essential personality traits to go on as a corporate employee in the city.
Understood. We will explore the areas past the marked doors and return here.
I've been keeping hydrated. I've had a glass with me this entire time because there's a lot talking on me. Thanks a ton. Well then. Now I'm returning to where the other Wayfair Company employees were huddled around. We decided to follow the corridor to the left. Hey, there's someone in there. More of the ring, maybe? Going by their silhouettes. They're unlikely to be members of the ring.
Come on, lady, get out of my way so I can see. It's the detective, some stuffy guy I don't know, and that annoyingly airy dude.
Sounds like Mogus? Mogus? Sounds like Moses, Gregor, and Hung Lu, respectively? The trio's conversation grew clear the closer I approached them. You okay, fella? You bumped your head earlier.
Fine as a fiddle. It was just a minor fall.
This is the 3rd time it's occurred. We ought to discuss this issue with the manager once the consultation is over. I think I'm seeing a bump on the side of Hung Lu's head. Anyway, you know what to do, right? If at any moment you see signs of...
Don't worry, Gregor. You made it through the explanation and footage both. You're gonna be fine again. I believe in you.
Look at you now. We're right where it happened. But your arm is stable, see? Ironically, fear tends to grow most unmitigated when it's distant and unseen. I understand what you might be worried about, but I don't see even the earliest importance of it. So don't hesitate to share the unfiltered thoughts that arise while you're in here. I know what I saw in the footage. But I'm still having a hard time believing it. Or, I don't know. Maybe I'm just avoiding the truth when it's staring me right in the face. My case is nothing like Don Quixote's. She just needs to keep her shoes on. It's all good and dandy for her, isn't it? Things don't work out that way.
I look away for 5 seconds and Greg's back.
I mean, he's still not in fighting condition. He's just chilling.
Whatever they're talking about sounds hella deep, guys. You sure about eavesdropping on him like this?
Like he's always really cagey about himself. Maybe now's our chance to learn more about him.
He's sharing such an IS about himself for once. Why walk away?
Don Quixote gives a nonsensical interpretation of Ryoshu's acronym as Kira rolls her eyes out of exasperation. Between the bickering sinners and Kira, however... Does she know? No. Between the bickering sinners and Kira, however, Oda stands in silence with an inscrutable look on her face. She is listening to the exchange between Moses and Gregor like a woman possessed. Okay, let's keep listening then. Otis was right. Damn it! She was right all along. The war isn't over. Never was. Can't ever be over as long as this fucking joke of a gift stays attached to my arm. Barbed words. Now, let's revisit a question you couldn't answer while the footage was playing. Hopefully, it's become easier to answer now. You've been using that arm to fight just fine so far. How? I don't mind finding hostiles or enemies. I'm not the kind of person who worries about people trying to kill me. Oh, killing my comrades, that changes things, doesn't it? Can't even control it. There's nothing I can do to even praise for it. It's unstoppable. Like some kind of time bomb. I need to unleash a disease you never know when its symptoms set off. even Heathcliff, who was always the first to step up when people began to spiral into self-hatred, stood in conflicted silence, his lips drawing a hard, straight line. Besides, Gregor wasn't wrong in that. The present wasn't any way to stop his transformation should it occur again. We've still got a good chunk of the journey left, and eventually we'll have to. No matter what lurks in the past of us sinners. Even if they've killed hundreds, thousands, no, tens of thousands of innocent people, will you still embrace them? We'll eventually have to confront even darker, bleaker truth of the war. Can I really trust Gregor to not crumble under that inevitable pressure? I see. You're afraid you'll end up hurting us. Oh, that's... At first I thought I couldn't give a hoot whether or not I accidentally murdered some of you. It's a bit saddening to hear that. You know how it is, Honglu. We, the bus team, don't exactly get off to a rocking good start. Through our journey, I began to think of you all as my comrades. I was okay with that because I had too much faith in my own weakness. When I realized that I'd grown so weak, I couldn't even take down some backstreet thug with this arm, I was relieved. Imagine that. Same arm. My arm. Weapon that stabbed the heart out of countless people during the Smoke War. I'll be honest. That whole mind fella said I was an exception. Well, alone made me hope. Exception? Potential to be harmless. Bigger than even a non-combatant like his son. Made me hope for a life that didn't sound so bad. We all know how it went, though, don't we? Blew up in the worst possible way. After all that, I just couldn't bring myself to fight again. I no longer know when this fear would eat me up again. I'm constantly afraid of this damn gift manifesting again. The same fear you've carried all this time. How did you endure it before? Badly. Barely. Holding on to the idea that the living's gonna live on. Nothing else. This really brings me back years. Memories are so clear that it's like they all happened yesterday. Best you kick me off the bus before push comes to... That can't be the answer, Gregor. You can walk away, but the danger of your journey won't leave you. Dante and the rest of us will still be facing an endless repeat of peril. And it's not like leaving the bus will bring peace to your heart. Our deaths can be reversed should an accident occur, even if it comes at the cost of Dante's suffering. The same can't be said for most people in the city. Something I never expected to hear from you. I guess you're right. If we're seeing this through to any kind of end, this would be the place to do so. Not many places in the city have some warmth to them like this one does. Boy, consultation thing's pretty embarrassing. I mean, it's not like I was forced to go through something as traumatizing as yours, Honglu. Truth be told, I'm not some special case. Everyone who participated in that war must have gone through more or less the same experience. Moses, Otis, even Valencina, that piece of work. We can't attach a number to our misfortunes as if there's something that can be measured. When I fled from my past, I tried my hardest to avert my eyes from it. But you, Gregor, you're not like me. For a few steps that distanced you from the past, you'd come to a pause to spare a look toward the path you had walked. All those years I let slip by, all those
And you are dotted with fathoms of suffering that are both ineffable and beyond measure. Different experiences, different pain. Still, if there's one thing in common to everyone, is that trauma leaves after effects that linger for a long time. What are yours? I dislike loud noises and people who talk too much. They sound too much like the cacophony of the war, like screaming comrades who resented me even as they lay dying. And the wounds they left in my heart bled me dry. Hmm? But I thought you were fond of Miss Ezra, Miss Moses? I've talked too much. That aside, haven't you heard your fill? Might as well come out from that corner you're hiding in. Aw, man. They knew we've been dropping eaves this whole time. I was actually waiting for just the right moment to come out and say a few words. But I couldn't find an appropriate moment to... Oh, well. We'll have to share this with Manager Bud or the rest of you fellas sooner or later. Though I don't really mind, but... What's she doing here? TA. Temporary ally? No. Temporary accompaniment. Don't be an asshole. Working my ass off to help you guys. Pleased to make your acquaintance. You're right on time. I've been working on a theory, but I don't have all the clues to be absolutely certain. A word from someone in the know may immensely improve my confidence in the theory. Kira, do you know which door the Thumb's nurse father was most attached to? Huh? No, duh.
Duh? That's supposed to be obvious.
Didn't you guys all see her? You think I just chat up a scary lady like that? Dude, she was beating the ever-loving shit out of Lucio every time I saw them together. Oh yeah, he went down fighting you guys to the end, huh?
Yeah. It's that stuff about her generosity and all that and fought till he died.
Damn, that's unexpected. Being real for a sec here. I thought he was totally gonna swap sides.
Really? That lad?
And why is that? You know, the vibes. You guys don't know because you haven't seen him long without the scary lady always looming over him. What's up? Instead bright and spine?
You.
Look, I think you might be training wrong, because you're like not improving as much as you should from all that grind. Let me show you what I learned about swords. Wings from this comic book.
That is not how my master has instructed me. The textbook cannot be permitted of even a single deviation if it means to repay the debt it owes her.
Why are you so obsessed with all that crap anyway? You don't even like that old lady.
But you're not so different from me in that regard, are you?
Bro, what the heck are you talking about? I love my papa. Seriously, I thought things were gonna crash and burn before Yoshihide even came home.
Suppose textbook and I had that in common. This one doesn't know. Let me redirect the question towards you, Ryoshu. Hopefully this touches upon one of your more intact memories. Do you know which of these doors the Thumb nurse father showed particular attachment to? Or the door she used most often? Why ask me? Fine. Yes, I do remember. Don't even need clock's help to piece it back together. It's that one. The door with the metal pieces dangling from it. Holy shit, I almost died out there. Son of a bitch, a fucking fly. Where'd those G-Corp fucks even drag those gross pests from?
Mom? Are you okay?
Do I look okay to you, Ticket?
No, not really.
I'm fine. No, I don't break easy. You should have been there to see me tear off the head of that G-Corp vermin, Ticket.
Mom, your leg's bleeding a lot. Here comes another mission. Boy, they really can't do shit without me, huh? So much for a break. Fuck is this? Bandages. For you. Just get serious. They got truckloads of expensive treatments on the red to patch me up the moment I get back to the... Well, okay, never mind that. This works. Sit down and don't start any trouble. I'll teach you some soul techniques once I'm back. Must have been her years in the smoke war. Yeah, fighting in the war took a lot out of her and left her perpetually exhausted. But she marched to every battle with a smile. Stopped drinking, stopped beating me too. Like a blissful idiot who forgot she was still neck deep in the inescapable pit called the House of Spiders. Well, the ironic piece didn't last. Sometime after the war ended, one she called the Consigliere of the Thumb visited the House of Spiders as a tutor. And that's when she went right back to drinking herself into a shit-faced stupor day after day. The beatings returned, so did the edge of her profanities. It was pathetic. Hold on. Why, though? Sure, I was on the losing side. Wasn't Valentine on the winning side? A war hero at that? Ever heard of the regulation that prevents smoke war participants from moving into I Corp and K Corp nests? Oh. Common thread between these post-war rules is that they make the lives of veterans difficult. Dubious rules that don't discriminate between winner and losers. I see. There must have been things going on behind the scenes there too. Well, doesn't that mean the back door drop us into a trench they dug during the war? Yes. Gregor will be the one to open it. Oh, wait. Me? Yes. Others can do it for you. But what would be the point? You sure this won't end up giving him more nightmares? I don't see how this helps him in any way. We do not have any means to treat whatever it is that slumbers within his arm. However, I would surmise that the underlying cause of his sudden transformation wasn't the arm itself. Then what? It's trauma. His arm took control after his psyche was crushed by the weight of the unspeakable memories coming back to haunt him. It's not because the arm went berserk that he started reliving his painful past. It's the other way around. Isn't that so? If you can come to understand that the war is really over, and that what others say, no matter how closely they echo the past, is not necessarily aimed at you, then you may be able to loosen your grip on the fear and anxiety that your arm could metamorphose at any moment. Basically, exposure therapy. While her suggestion may seem blunt, it is one of the basic treatment principles of N-Corp psychotherapy centers.
Fine, then. Guess I'll open it up. Gregor walked up to the door, grabbed its handle, then paused, taking slow, deep breaths. And with one arm, he gently opened the door.
Why are you running? You should be taking the lead on the front lines with our G-Corp banner held high. I don't want to die. It's nice to have a place to go back to. Oh, right. Happy 15th birthday.
But you can't possibly have the cheek to call me cruel. G-Corp past were far more messed up than I ever was. Ripped people apart, cannibalizing them, with nothing but a swarm of fucked up monsters. Thought I'd woken up from the dream. But I was still... Oh, dear. Thankfully, that indicates that it might not be Greg. Huh? Huh? Hold on, let me reset the deployment order then.
함께하죠.
의뢰. 이 준비 대상 확인했어. 시작하지.
복제팀의 협조가 필요한 거지.
군주
복제팀의 협조가
대상
부르신다.
주먹으로 매만지며 탐구할 순간 내 명을 들은 시비수 결집이다.
Greg's finally back in the fray, at least. This place.
Huh? Just a boring old office. I was kind of ready to be shook, thinking we were about to walk into a war zone or something.
You recognize this place? Of course I do. My last job before Limbus Company. And my desk was over there. Here's a tip, fellas. When you're working in an office like this, always get a corner desk facing the wall if you can help it. Let you hide from the boss man. Out of sight, out of mind, you know? Do whatever you want that way. Work, chill, freak out in terror at the slightest sound of metal clinking. Nobody will catch you. Nobody will think you're a bother to other people. Gregor grins, a bitter, mocking smile directed at himself. The only downside of this desk arrangement being people walking up behind me to get my attention. I've just had to holler, "Hey, vet hire!" Next called right up to him. Others can't do that. Whenever people walked up to me from behind, to get afraid that I might cause an accident. Vet hire. Must be about the post-war veteran special employment. Right. But I couldn't possibly complain. Wouldn't have gotten that job without you know. Not everyone was lucky enough to be considered for that. It's better off than most. Gregor? Manager dead? Gregor whipped around, his hand instinctively leaping to his other arm. There was an unfamiliar man in a clean suit standing behind us. It really is you, Gregor. And I see some new faces with you. Wait, oh, you folks must be the accountant and the guys on the other team asked us to leave the meeting room open for. I did a new job, huh? See, you've got a new employee card right there. Well, so, how you been doing? Me? Same old, same old. Well enough. Not like I've got anywhere else to go, right? Not surprised you found new work so soon. You were always a dependable guy. Is the pay good? How's life, man? Oh yeah, you were gonna sell that, commemorative coin? Some kind of metal, right? Hope you got paid good money for that. Look at me, asking how's life to a fellow citizen. Can't imagine anybody would have anything good to say to that, huh? Moving on. Hope no one's hounding you with vet hire shit over there. No, not at all. There's none of that here. Hey, that's good to hear, man. Well, you don't have to deal with that dang jackass of an ex-VP messing with you like he was a war veteran himself. You know how many years I had to hear that geezer bragging about profiteer from the war, pulling himself up by his bootstraps, and how in every peril is an opportunity waiting to be found. Blah, blah, blah. Preaching to the choir, aren't I? That guy, huh? Is he still taking his sauna breaks during work hours? What do you think? The seat misses his ass every day. Oh, and get this. Yeah, remember how we used to call you Special Employment Fellows Nebo Force? 2 days ago, his name showed up in the HR report. Guess what it said? Turns out he was lining his pockets with kickbacks when we were using the Fixer office for a partnership project. Huh. There's about to be a vacancy in the office real soon. Really? Isn't he, you know, actual Nepo? Thought he was the president's family. Yeah, man. It's that bad. Anyone ever talks about by the water cooler? If there's anything I learned here, is that people obsessed with back in my days are all kinda like him. They hate how their glory days are behind them. Kinda like a distraction from how pathetic they are now. And hey, Backstreet kid like myself don't have glory days to look back on and yearn for, right? I look back and it's all doom and gloom. You know, if you ever hit rock bottom, you also know the only way left to go is up. You've said something like that before, yeah? Yeah, guess it's my own brand of bullshit philosophy. Oh boy, look at me. Running my mouth in front of our customers. Sorry about that, folks. Oh, don't worry about it. Eh? That's a pretty unique prosthesis you've got there. No worries. But it seemed that you were on your way to submit those proposals? Gee golly, I'm late. Thank you for snapping me out of it. I'm gonna get one heck of a scolding. Anyway, Gregor, hit me up sometime, eh? Let's go out and catch up over a drink or something. Sure, if I get the chance. The man who seemed like Gregor's former co-worker hurried away, but he didn't forget to wave us a good-natured goodbye. See a little bit of him in the way you talk, Gregor. Come on, I don't sound as old as he does, do I? Moses, who had been quietly observing as Gregor and his former co-worker chatted, exhaled a light steam of smoke and slowly began to speak. Many of us who returned from the war seem to suffer from a certain misconception. When we were told to remember, it does not mean we are bidden to live through the nightmare of the past over and over again. We are not being cursed to relive the pain and suffer in it. Both Ezra and I, we are both still trying to be free of the misconception we inflicted upon ourselves. It's not like I remember because I want to. Well, if you can't bring yourself to forget them, might as well include in your memory the fact that the war has indeed ended. Fine. You're not wrong there. Gregor stared at his right arm for a while, quietly contemplating. Manager Bud, can't say I can give you any reassurance, but just going on with my life seems to be the best answer for now. Want to ask if you're okay with that, though. I'll manage, but it's you who's gonna have to deal with the aftermath. Gregor would always say the same to those suffering from the cruelty inherent in living. Still, live on. Just live on. Yet even as his lips spoke those words, his eyes would take on a desperate and unfocused look, shaded beneath despair. Today, though, the gloomy gray seemed to give way to just a hint of the blue sky beyond. This may be no more than a single ray of the sun peering through the dark clouds that have long suffocated the sky. It would probably take much more than this for the shadows to be fully lifted, but don't you worry. I'll be fine. It's a big step forward for him to have addressed even a little bit of that persistent anxiety from his past. When we emerged from the door, we saw Otis facing away from us, her weapon drawn. Wait, I don't think she even followed us through the door. Huh? Were you here the entire time? Yes. I was told by that Allen figure that someone had to stay behind and watch the door during these operations. So I stayed and... Aw, man. It's those assheads again. Weird. The corridor is not a place for those newbies to be roaming around on their own. As you can see, a few uninvited guests have decided to visit us through a different door. I looked past Otis just in time to see more Falvas pouring into the corridor through a different back door. He must be trying to find a way to get to the ring nurse farmer's corridor. Well, we can't just let them through, can we? Kill them all!
가능하면 다치시지 않게 싸우셨으면 좋겠어요. 완벽한 한 방이니.
Let's see here, we've taken care of ring, middle, we're on thumb, that leaves index and pinky.
짐승들의 재갈을 부리겠다.
이 정도쯤은 바이올렛 브레이크 슬랩!
회장님, 역시 저는 생각하지 못하는 방법을 떠올리시는군요.
짜증나게 완벽한 한방 시원한걸?
하나 눕혔네. 이렇게 눕혀가다 보면 끝나는 게 싸움.
아이씨 짜증나게 기회를 잡았네! 명령대로 꺾어 넘긴다면 저들의 생각이 떨어질 것이 뻔하지!
숨통 끊기. 굉장해요.
Hello.
아이씨 짜증나게
뭐
어머 너무 아프고 맞았는데?
죽을 것 같지?
It happens to the best of us. Yeah, I guess, but it's still like, hello. You had more sanity than the guy. This is the one where you used only LTV. Wow. You probably got demolished the first time. If I had to take a guess.
예사롭지가 않은데? 아주 작살을 내놨어. 짐승들의 재갈을 풀겠다.
효과적이네요. 이 방식을 기억하는 게 좋겠어요.
After he sent Triad using Superbia, then Morositatis. Yeah, that would certainly help, I would suppose. I obviously try not to use any of the Durante abilities unless I really have to.
공격은 꽤 먹.
So I usually try and save those for boss fights.
아 이런 아무튼 놀라운 한방
이 정도 탕후의 허덕이나.
It was quite literally a must for. No, I believe you with that one.
저 해충들을 도려내라.
Because there's a lot of these bastards here.
아까처럼 묘유. 무건전으로 쉽게 갈 수 있을 거야. 좋다. 좋아. 계속 집중하지.
확실한 승리였어요. 돌아가면 저번처럼 홈파티라도 할까요?
Basement.
탄피가 떨어질 때군요.
Oh boy. Once we dealt with the Favas who invaded the Thumnur's destroyed corridor, we left for the indexes. Ran into a few familiar faces, waiting for us at our destination. Huh? Don't you guys have today off? Yeah, but... I thought I might as well come along. It's... you know... You keep summoning us while we're in the middle of something, so I decided that it might actually be more convenient for us to be with you in person. Your summoning occurred at the most unideal moment. Now, I know you weren't doing it on purpose, but all 3 times you summoned me, I was leaning over snacks topped with a bunch of whipped cream. I learned that blacking out and waking out a me-shaped indent in the cake was about to chow down on doesn't make for a very relaxing break. Sorry about that. I should have checked in with you guys before summoning, but I'm still getting used to it. Okay, now you're being too sorry. No hard feelings here, you know? I'm taking along because I need some exercise. That's all. I appreciate the additional employee assignments. Now, if you could share any information you know about yet another corridor? Merceau was there.
I hung out here all the time, so I know this place a little. There was this super clingy, annoying little... No, that wasn't the masked dude. Here was this other...
Is there something you don't remember? Oh, right. Kira probably doesn't remember Sora. Sora? I don't think that it rings any bells for us either. Is that someone who used to live here? Yeah, well, Sora was the Index Apprentice, so she probably lived here.
Well, sooth, an Index Apprentice. Huh, pray tell, wherefore is it that the middle, the thumb, and the ring each have apprentices, yet the index and pinky lack them?
It would indeed be quite odd if a mere 3 of the 5 fingers kept an apprentice each. Retrace I might my recollections, yet I find it like following a trail of odorless air, invisible and unreal.
No, there was someone, but I can't.
The representations of the pinky and the index apprentices are...
missing. No, to be more precise, a merciless blade has shredded and reduced them to intangible formlessness.
How refreshing to hear that the same impression from someone else rather than myself for once. As it seemed that I was the only one who remembered the 2 apprentices, I retraced back to our first meeting and briefly shared what I knew about Sora.
Huh? She doesn't sound like a very forgettable character.
Well, the Uriah Shiki cut her to ribbons. That would explain why it feels as though I'm recalling a sequence event, with a critical part missing in between.
I can almost imagine her. Feeling to herself like a creepy loner, and she probably wears glasses too, right? One of those gloomy introverts from anime.
I see. So that's why it feels like I'm tearing through each strand of a weave. Ryoshu? Let's say the world's made of strings or threads, Clock. With every slash, this blade would be cutting through the flow of strands that twine to compose one's existence. When an object is severed forever beyond repair, you think neither trace nor shape would be left of it. Now that you piece some of it together, it's almost... Instead of elaborating further, Ryoshu fell silent again, save for the sound at the tip of her cigarette turning to ash, like she was recalling another incomplete memory. As she's trying to avoid over-speculating on what she doesn't know for sure.
Damn, that totally breaks the meta. I had a vague idea how it works. This is the first time I'm hearing the deets. How I had to go through 4 ramp-up stages and remove seals to, even make full use of his sword. Honestly, yours needs a trade-off. You sound totally Power Creeps Papas.
T.O.? There's plenty already.
Oh, so true. Guess slicing your memories away is one hell of a trade-off. Sorry.
Okay, so... I'm guessing you don't have anything to contribute to this corridor.
I got one. I don't know where it leads, but the index guy used it all the time.
Hopefully it doesn't drop us into an army of indexes. TPU. They rarely gather in big groups. Jeez, that's pretty unlikely. for, Ryoshi? What? Did you just hit me with a more... Wait, did you just hit me with that sword handle? I didn't do anything. But I saw it. Saw Ryoshi's scabbard, Mariah, suddenly jerking to the side, prodding Sinclair like it was annoyed by something. I want STS. I'll SYLC until you can barely walk. I swear this isn't a slander or whatever. Look, you poked me so hard I left a mark in my arms here. Well, I don't want to read too much into it, but the scabbard was rattling like it was irritated by something.
Stop interpreting for her. That's why she will stop making up these nonsense acronyms. He's making it worse. I gotta stop him from translating for her somehow.
Araya? Wait, the voice just now. It sounded a lot like Araya's. Dante, you saw that too, right? Ryoshi didn't do anything. Wait, really? Really wasn't her? Nope. Decided. To be fair to Sinclair, no one else but I will unfold to tell how this scabbard came to be. Which means that he couldn't imagine in his wild dreams that the scabbard poked him in it of its own volition. Doesn't seem like any of the sinners heard that voice either. Damn, you guys bully him a lot, huh? Well, the lie's been long overdue for a little smack upside his noggin.
Harry,
He is.
is it ever revealed what happened to Ryoshu's daughter?
The sword.
My theory is confirmed, but it seems like it's been confirmed for a while.
She became the sword. She became the scabbard. Like, that was kind of an important plot point, man. Like, that's why they're doing all this. Is
Look, I don't play Limbus.
yeah, but you sometimes need to be up to date with shenanigans.
I mean, yeah, but it doesn't mean I have everything committed to memory.
We should head inside. Let's not keep Alan waiting. Kira directed us towards an almost disturbingly normal wooden door. So featureless that I could have mistaken for any of the dozen of doors we'd walked past in other nests. We were greeted by a whiff of stale, musty air the moment we walked through the door. I think this leads to a basement, and emerged to what appeared to an almost dungeon-like basement area.
Whenever the Master's beeper rang, he'd walk through this door. So, who are they?
The index. Signs of life. There were people living down here. Up until just a few hours ago. Why are you here, paper slips? We were only executing the prescript. I've had it with these prescripts. At least yours don't make annoying beeps. The basement was stocked up with shelf-stable and non-perishable food. And the cells were all completely empty save for what looked like a makeshift bathroom in each one of them.
It is likely that this dungeon was used to imprison individuals of varying features that may be required to complete a prescript. Seriously? This room seemed to have been used for something worse than simple incarceration. Among Faust's conjectures is that the captives were conditioned in body and mind in various ways to match the prescript's liking.
Ugh. Sounds like that guy was just as crazy as the rest of them.
Wait. The staircase right there leads up. Let's check out what's... Friggin' annoying, man. What are you doing?
You cannot enter through this door.
Oh, I see. Another griefer body blocking the doorway.
Move. I need to see something. The will of the prescript forbids you. You cannot enter through this door. What do we do? Is it worth forcing our way in there? Seem pretty adamant about not letting us in. I prefer we stay as far as possible from anything that has to do with the prescripts. But nothing in this basement gives me any indication as to where the door connects to. Otis is right. We're gonna have to get upstairs somehow if we want to get an idea of where this door leads. If Rand's been using this basement, then I'd like to see what's upstairs. Honestly, learning that this door connects to some basement is more than enough intel to cross it off the list. Still, if this has anything to do with Ryoshi's memories. Alright then, let's push through. Exiting your command, Executive Manager. The will of the prescript is absolute. Is it though? It's not absolute, but it sure does account for everything that could ever happen.
우리들에게 입값 하도 별것도 아니잖아요.
짐승들의 재갈을 풀겠다.
아이씨, 짜증나게.
숨통 끊기.
아니, 말을 아끼세요.
응원하는 게 도움이 되긴 하나.
순식간에 끝내죠.
힘내게 해보자고.
아직 죽지 마라.
목을 떨고 주마.
와, 엄청난 공격이었어. 기념할 만한 걸.
먼지나게 패주지.
낙인을 새겨드리죠.
원더풀 선택이었어 말이. 적의 약점이 뻔히 보이는 게로군.
Brag.
아이씨, 짜증나게.
이번엔 이 싸움을 끝내주겠어.
명령대로.
아이씨, 짜증나게.
사기가 꺾였군.
Okay, these guys are at least proving to be slightly annoying.
먼지나게 패주지.
나의 손으로 잘라낼 수 있다면
이 불 또한 예술의 황홀 경치. 우리를 보고 구할 수 있다. 엄청나게 지나간 일격을.
Thank you, Kira.
아이씨, 짜증나게.
기적이었어요. 어떻게 저렇게 강하실 수 있죠?
뜀박질 춤.
도끼를 불어라. 저 해충들을 도려내라.
숨통 끊기.
예사롭지가 않은데? 왜 작사를 내놨어? 길을 열.
그거 그렇게 하는 거 맞아? 아이, 손방망이인데?
저들의 화만 돋군 것 같은데요.
명령대로.
가적.
고작 이 정도 탕내야 허덕이나. 과감하게.
What's up there? You may speak to me casually, Araya, but in the presence of other apprentices, perhaps you should find it preferable to mimic the tone of the Dihui star. Come on. It's not like I wanted to be the Dihui star. Just let me do whatever I want while I'm here. Certainly. You have a point. So what's there? Up the stairs. I'm not sure myself. I've never been upstairs. Aren't you even a little curious? Why bother peeling back the heavens to see what is beyond? Those wanting of your learning needn't raise their heads skyward. Am I seeing Araya's memories? Flock, what did you see? I'm not sure, but now we've got another reason to check what's upstairs.
좋아. 생동감이 살아있는 좋은 공간이 됐군. 다음 먹잇감도 이런 식이었으면 좋겠어. 파우스트가 맞이하죠.
가서 할 수 있는 건 다 해보고 오라고. 저보다 한 주먹거리도 안 되는 놈들이니까.
At least this one started with combat, so I can take a break with my voice for a second.
숨통 끊기. 아이씨, 짜증나게.
이런 건 몽둥이가 약이지. 그 두드려 패.
여러분에게 도움이 되었으면 좋겠네요. 완벽한 한방 위에
도끼를 불어라. 저 해충들을 도려내라.
숨통 끊기. 주목하는 게 좋겠어. 잠시 무릎 꿇는 것을 두려워하지 마시게. 침 바르면 낫는다네. 이건 좀 과했나?
명령대로.
아직 죽지 마라.
나의 손으로 잘라낼 수 있다면
아이씨, 짜증나게. 내가 찾은 나만의 항해 방식. 저들도 내가 물을 싫어하는 뒷바퀴 숨. 입 밖으로 꺼내는 좋은 녀석.
Heathcliff, you're not actually Sunjar. Get your goddamn SP up.
아이씨, 짜증나게.
Oh.
명령대로.
숨통 끊기.
죽여주마.
아이씨, 짜증나게.
이래서 걱정만 끼치게 되는 꼴. 이 정도까지만 지어줄게요.
완벽한 한방. 시원한 걸.
Ow.
저까지 아프네요.
저들의 저항이 생각보다 거셌네. 하지만 마음이 꺾이지 않으면 이 위기도 극복할 수 있을 것일세. 해보지 않으면 모르는 건
순식간에
아니다.
끝내죠.
하자.
아이씨, 짜증나게.
저 해충들을 도려내라.
아직 죽지 마. 어머,
Ow. My Otis.
그게 맞았는데?
제가 묻었네요.
물러나라. 네 목숨은 아직 따로 쓸 곳이 있다.
기세가 올랐어.
적군들에게 본때를 보여줘도 될 것 같은데?
그대는 어디까지 가고 있는지. 목을 떨고 주마.
예사롭지가 않은데? 아주 작살을 내놨어.
There we go. Yeesh. It's been a long time since an actual regular battle gave me actual casualties. Oh. I don't like that when they were body blocking the door like there was some big secret behind it. Right. Looks like any other average family home.
Oh man, I get cleaning up's a chore, but people should at least dust their own once in a while.
A thick layer of dust covering every surface and the blotchy wallpaper made it clear that no one's been living here for a good while. Oh, whichever family lived here must have had a child. Look, there are drawings. And dolls, too. No, it seems like the place has been abandoned for quite a long time. Could something bad have happened in here?
Yeah, something must have happened in here that caused the family to flee. Never got to return.
Yeah, lots of evidence suggesting that. You have a doll, the single shoe just lying around. Someone fled from home for some reason, never to return. I don't know. It's kind of hard to narrow down the cause. Really could have been anything. Are you searching for something in particular, Ryoshi? Yes, but it doesn't seem to be here. Every framed photo is singed beyond recognition. Whatever documents there were have been torn to shreds. Kind of like my memories. So this isn't where he escaped to, huh? The index nurse father, Rien. Last time we saw him, he fled the house via the corridor after severing a severe wound at Ryoshu's hand. By some miracle he survived. There's a chance he'd come after Ryoshu again, but... something about our last encounter led me to believe that it was the last time Ryoshu would ever see him. This is... You recognize this drawing? I found myself hoping to see Ryoshu piece together another memory. She'd been recalling new details all day whenever something caught her attention. Sadly, she responded by softly shaking her head. No. I don't.
또 한 줄 길을 남겼군. 핏물진 길일 뿐이지만 세월이
Oh boy.
지나면 홍호는 그제야 알게 되겠지.
Oh boy.
이 홍로가 무엇을 바꾸었지를.
Okay, let's not fuck up with shit.
복지팀에
대상 확인했어. 사냥감을 찾은 건가?
함께하죠. 이제야 부르나.
군주 주먹으로 의뢰.
부르신다면 언제든. 이번에도 치령의 뜻은 본인과 같군.
After leaving Rian's quarters, we explored the Index's corridor for a while. But didn't find anything that could help piece Ryoshi's memories back together. Great work. Now that leaves just the Pinky Nurse Father's corridor. But that room didn't have any back doors for us to explore. There were countless more in the adjacent corridor, but our guideline makes it a bit difficult to delve into each and every one of them right away. Which means that our work here is done. Thank you for your assistance, Dante. Okay. Glad we could help.
Dante replies that they're happy to have been of assistance.
Well then, it's been a pleasure. After a brief round of handshakes, Alan returned to the forward base. Probably should have done the same, but... Wanna take a look around here anyway? Sure. As we had more business here than simply checking the doors, we decided to stay a little longer and investigate the Pinky's corridor. The Pinky Nurse Father's room had a peculiar structure. Each door we opened led to a room identical in shape to the previous one. And even though I was certain we traversed through quite a few rooms, we somehow found ourselves back at the starting point. There are some small design differences between each room that help tell them apart, but it's difficult to tell which is which unless we really look hard at every detail. Where are we now?
The kitchen?
How'd you know that?
I've been here before. Someone ghosted me after promising to watch Fixer clips together, so I thought I'd come visit. And someone y'all met too, I think. Was,
Must be another one who was severed by Araya Shiki.
Damn. Might be right.
His name was Ren, the Pinky Apprentice. I TikTok, but no one here really seemed to have anything to say to that. Suppose that only makes sense. After all, his existence registered to no one here but me. So when you said back at K-Corp that you'd cooked before, we were talking about this, huh? Yep. I used to perform intense culinary artistry here. Your scabbard's shaking. The reviews were glowing. One of them was, "Why you in?" Meaning, yeah, unbelievably mouthwatering. The scabbard, Araya, was defiantly shaking from side to side in a valiant effort to deny Ryoshu's claim. Must have been pretty damn bad, huh? I'm having a hard time believing her, if you ask me. What did you usually make? Box lunch. Box lunch that kids might bring to grade school. The sausages cut like octopuses and tamagoyaki. A bit simple to be intense culinary artistry, don't you think? IF. Didn't you know? There's nothing like a school lunchbox rivalry.
I want octopus sausages, tamagoyaki, and one. So I want octopus sausages, tamagoyaki, and...
Why are we making sausages out of an octopus?
No. I mean sausages cut like octopuses.
And why are we cutting sausages into octopus shapes?
As it's adorbs, that's why.
Something like this?
What's that?
Sausage carved into an octopus shape. Didn't miss a single suction cup.
Come on, I didn't mean like real life octopus. It's gotta be adorbs, okay?
Isn't all the SD once it goes down the gullet? Why is it so important?
But, Mommy, there's nothing like a school lunchbox rivalry.
I'd eat.
Huh? You're doing your weird acronyms again, aren't you?
Means I don't understand.
That's when you say IDK, Mom. SMH.
These must be some of the happiest memories Ryoshu and Araya shared. Sinners, me, and Araya, even as a scabbard, could imagine or recall them in full. For Ryoshu, the most important part of those memories remained sliced away. Still, if we can continue to piece more and more of our memories together by going over these places. Do you want to check out what's upstairs too? As soon as I asked, however, the sinner's footsteps came to a simultaneous stop.
Wait.
Hang on, Clockhead. Don't open the door just yet. I looked back and found Kira and Heathcliff poised to fight, hands on their weapons. This way, manager. And Marceau, who realized what that indicated, yanked me to the back of the line. In a mere moments. So there was someone guiding those whelps. Figures they sent more than fodder to the house of spiders. Stinks of wet dog. Claws of a massive paw slashed through where we had just been standing. Wolf mask? It is really as Maestro Emile Benoit said. This place is already occupied. If you'll be so kind as to help me with directions. Is this where Master Callisto's art is located? The question came from a woman who appeared from one of the doors that led to a different corridor. She was wearing a wolf mask, and unlike the Favis we had encountered thus far, she seemed to make it a point to speak and act with decorum. But the subtle hint of violence in her voice quickly betrayed the air of faux civility.
Sure you're at the right address, lady? Robonk's, stuff ain't in this particular part of the house. Find a different corridor.
Yes, I am aware. But I am not here looking for his creations, which are easily mistaken for mass-produced garbage. I could feel her intense gaze even though her face was obscured by the mask. There's no doubt that her eyes were bearing down on Ryoshi. Suddenly I was reminded of what Rien said moments before he fled through the corridor. We let them observe us too freely. What? What is that? The Bava's got to confirm a lot of important intel, including the fact that the House of Spiders has fallen, and Ryoshi currently has possession of the Arayashiki. They want Ryoshi for themselves, whether she's completed or not. Ryoshi as she is now. Isn't that intriguing? For once. My name is Rufo. Yoshihide, the blade coveted by the Five Fingers. Master Callisto's final and posthumous masterpiece. As a docent of Fauvism, please allow me the honor of escorting you to our gallery. Do I want to? Don't see the point in hanging out with people in those unaesthetic AM. As expected, Ryoshi declined Rufo's request with a curt reply. And Araya, too, rattled angrily in the docent's general direction. Then, I'm afraid my only remaining option is to rely on our usual method of ushering. How are our odds?
I don't know, she's probably tougher than me at my maxed out stats.
Really?
The shape of her ring suggests that she is a docent of the School of Fauvism. Her position is comparable to that of a capo of the thumb, or big sibling of the middle. Verily, that maketh her a foe who may surpass even Ricardo's might, or, with a stroke of ill fortune, even Lei Hang.
Doubt she's anywhere near as strong as Lei Hang. Our chances are HOM.
Half or more? I like those odds.
Half of half or more.
Dude, really?
Outmoded. Has-been. Why seek out the art of a has-been after all this time? It was a decision met with a confusion from the outset. To entrust such a momentous project in the hands of one such as Callisto. Why, everyone agrees that it is no less foolish than casting a pearl before swine. They were quite on point with that assessment. His oeuvre, recovered from the house, were more tools than art, the sort that the likes of workshop meisters might assemble. No self-respecting maester would create such mundanities and call them art. Now I must ask for your forgiveness for presuming that you would be no different from the rest of his work. What I observed about this room completely changed my perspective. The scorched corridor, the ferrety in which you've scarred the walls and the floor, as though a frenzied beast had torn through them. There is but one tool that could possibly have left such marks behind. At least she got a passable eye for art. Yoshihide, I ask you, have you ever considered pursuing art of a further elevated beauty? It would be an experience that departs from the dilapidated remnant that dubs itself corporism. A movement so constrained by its obsession over the human corpus that once it has depleted all meaning it had to offer, began piling on empty definitions onto itself. Fauvism is a movement that has broken from the traditional mold, unfettered like a beast that roams free. We dare ourselves ask questions that challenge the mind. What is a man? What are things? What does it mean to trace the origin? How do we define what we call le faire? These are all subject matters that have led us Favs into the field of fertile creativity. Should you, a wielder of that relic, enter the fold of our movement, would layer your work with such an unrelenting spectrum of colors that it would be destined to leave an unforgettable impression in the annals of history. But what we can offer you will be much greater worth than what you may have learned from that teacher like Callisto. Never considered him my teacher. Not a real one, anyway. Finding beauty among the carnage of blood and flesh is a lesson I learned on my own. And yes, I know enough about your movement. Maybe I considered some of the works created by your school acceptable, at least among the rings art. Or not. I can't remember. Then will you? But I don't know. I don't know what makes your art more elevated than the one I pursue. The one you pursue. Didn't the sight you claim to have seen clue you in? Oh, it did. I do understand. Your art may appear no more than unchecked chaos at a glance.
On closer observation, it reveals a fierce, dominant force that threads the entire scene together with its keenness as the connecting suture. Your blade work, too, shows such multi-layeredness. Your keenness often entails mundanity, yet you have transcended such a limit by scorching the tail end of each slash. Truly, a unique aesthetic sense. I believe I sufficiently understood the full extent of the artistic merit imbued in that scene. No, you didn't. Lesser painters like you are such mediocrities that they fail to recognize the beauty that lies in the grotesque. They do little beyond painting the hell reflected in their eyes and call that shallowness hell's beauty. Sorrow condensed into a cry held in an instant. Wrath unbound from the yoke of reason, the fading gleam of despair in the hue. You give no thought to what each of those emotions signifies, instead obsessing over the cursory qualities of what is beheld. Let me teach you otherwise. Pay attention, as I won't afford you another long-winded lesson. Ryoshu readied her scabbard. Pointillus, Favus, Supremacis, Suprematus, Laurentus, Cubus. Visited my share of the Rings galleries. I heard their commentaries. None of them were to my liking. Your art is an overcomplicated pile of definitions buried under symbols, caked in patchworks of empty shells. You and your art both talk too damn much. Just like Callisto's. Kept trying to take from other movements, forcing meaning where there was none. Excess is easy. Anyone can do it. What's beyond most is making it succinct, the art of abbreviation. Alas, if all is one by one abbreviated way, nothing remains in its absence, making the void left behind completely bereft of meaning. No, the void is what remains. It holds things that can't be found anywhere else. What is this, a minimalist manifesto? No. My aesthetics go beyond the pursuit of simplicity. I pursue the natural germination of artistic immaculacy, a state of perfection where further abbreviations is an impossibility. Sangria. A bit abstract, isn't it? Too removed, too plain, the distinct lack of anything meaningful, striking qualities. What exactly is it that elevates your art above that of Fauvism? Painters. We're the stubborn sort that mere words can't convince. Indeed, there is no discipline more subjective than that of art. Discourse concerning its nature may extend for days on end, but it will not change the fact that unseen arts are meaningless, pretentious illusions at the end of the day. Then I suppose I'll have to carve it right into your eyes. Please do. I'm afraid it may be overshadowed by sheer vibrancy of my aesthetics. I, a dozen of Le Forzemer, shall personally welcome you to my critique session.
And now that we're actually at the battle, I'm going to take a brief intermission so I can go eat.
Back after these messages.
Alright. I'm back from the intermission. What the fuck is your deal? Oh dear. Mm-hmm. You're a bastard. Got it.
흑승 뒷맞을 춤.
아이씨, 짜증나게.
숨통 끊기.
좋아, 지령에게
가능하면
불확실한 것은 없네.
다치시지 않게 싸우셨으면 좋겠어요.
흑승 뒷맞을 춤.
아이씨, 짜증나게. 오, 머리 좋다, 단테. 방금 완전 좋았어. 대행 완료.
Alright, just annihilate that guy.
엄청나게 상황을 위협해.
That was a smiting. Ow, my teeth flipped.
진짜 근데
남았어도 그도쯤은
Real Ishmael.
미래의 과거와 같이. 쟤 금방이라도 그 조각이 될 것 같은데. 괜찮을까?
Oh boy. Great. It's just gonna keep happening, I feel.
굉장해요.
시원걸. 저는 다행히 경험을 기록하는 중에 이거 버스에서 회하지 않겠는가? 나중에 이야기할까? 지금은 계속 그렇네. 순식 끝내죠.
Yeah, Heathcliff's just gonna pop.
혹시 저는 사람
Later, Heath.
예사롭지가 않은데? 이거 진짜를 내놔.
모두가 거둬줄 수 없어. 아프잖아.
Hey, young Luke.
보기만 해도 아프네. 관리자 양반.
흑수묘 찐닭대춤
짜증나게.
Ow.
총원 조명이 전멸하는 저곳 파도가 모든 것을 쳐부술 거다.
This bitch is annoying.
좋아. 방금 전략이 승리야. 계속 시작.
오늘은 최선을 다했다고 말해주시게.
적을 물어뜯고 너의
시계
쓸모를 보여라.
돌리셔야겠어요, 관리자님.
짐승들의 재갈을 풀겠다. 격정의 마음을 모방하겠어.
Well, that got rid of something, I think.
아무튼
이 공격은 꽤
놀라운
먹혔던
한방이네요.
것 같아요.
넌 푸름을 틔울 수도 없겠구나.
바이올렛 브레이크 슬랩.
딸아이도 이 상처를 기억하고 있으면
완전히
좋겠구려.
위대한 일격을
Ah,
기억하는
crap, I was gonna build those eggs tonight. No, careful.
Yeah, you have a chance with that one.
그대는 어디까지도 그 슬픈 눈빛 헉조구려. 선물이라고 할 건 없고, 자 이걸로 대신하지.
나의 헤아를 자, 감동적이지 않을 수 없네. 원더풀한 선택이었구나니. 저들의 약속이
아무것도
뻔히
남지.
보이는군.
효과적이네요. 이 방식을 기억하는 게 좋겠어요.
Okay, so now she's got the new pattern. Greg on healing duty.
정확하게.
선물이라고 할 건 없고, 자 이걸로 대신하지.
Ow.
토끼를 뽑는다. 저 해충들을 도려내라.
숨통 끊기.
묘요
저들이 거리낄 것 같아.
길을 열.
아하! 한숨 버리신가? 모든 걸 걷어들일 순 없어.
여러분에게 도움이 되었으면 좋겠네요.
흑승류 뒷맛의 춤 모풀
유효타 좋아.
아이씨, 짜증나게.
Ow.
바이올렛 브레이크 슬랩.
Ow.
저희가 이길 것 같아요.
명령대로.
모풀
아이씨, 짜증나게.
Ow.
저희가 이길 것
I
같아요.
won that. Don't hurt like a bitch.
명령대로.
내 팔은 뼈에 있었어.
아이씨, 짜증나게.
Bye, Greg.
No, Greg just recovered.
He was a worthy sacrifice. Hey, Mer. How you doing, buddy?
고생해.
짐승들의 재갈을 풀겠다.
아이씨, 짜증나게.
Okay, this is just random writing stuff. So there's a wild owl that lives on your property, like in like a barn or a shed or something.
Barn owl.
Yep. It recognizes you. You sometimes give it food. It accepts the food. You have a name for it. And it seems to at bare minimum like turn its head. Like, are you talking to me whenever you say that name? Is that a pet owl at that point that you have semi-domesticated? Or is it just an owl?
At that point, it's technically somewhat of a pet owl. Hello!
Now I need to look see if it's legal to have a pet owl in Canada.
I mean...
Wait, I'm the writer. I can have... The story
Jesus
takes place
Christ!
Oh dear! Yeah, that's gonna be a can of yikes hard lemonade from me.
If there was any time for Yisong to have fucking anything, would have been then. Ow. Ishmael, how the hell are you alive?
I don't know myself, man. Ow.
That's literally what this feels like. It's like, how are you alive? Good question. Bye, Ariodian. Faust. Suspected my ass. One time for me to not have literally anything. I'll get the EX sometime later. Because this is just plain rude. Hey, Kira, how are you alive? Get her ass. Like, if this clearly wasn't a time sink, I'd do it again. Did you see how close I freaking got?
Yeah.
If Hong Lu didn't fuck up.
Yeah, sorry, Manager.
Sorry, doesn't cut it with your paste.
Well, plus I'd be fantastic for helping with an art project.
끊기. 말리지 않았니? 그게 맞나요? 하자.
예측할 수 없게
가치 없군.
Jesus Christ.
불완전하더라도 지령을 끝마쳤다면 괜찮소. 내게 단 하나 완전히 맞춰야 할 지령은
Okay, so the X is just clear the stage. Good, it's not freaking turn limit. I'll worry about that later. See? You're already looking much better with those superfluous animal parts removed. You're serious about founding your own movement. I already answered that. But you'll need time. Under the farthest wing, at least you can at least fully cultivate your movement, perhaps. I don't suppose words have any meaning now. The docent raised her giant arm as though to strike us in her final act of defiance, and slammed it down upon the door we entered through instead. All I can do is buy time. Mid-sentence, the docent suddenly went limp like a marionette whose strings were cut. Dead. And here I thought at least her last words were going to be succinct. Ah, thus we are made foes with yet another finger. The ring. Well, it's not doom and gloom already, fellas. Beat an officer of the fingers all on her own for the first time, didn't we? I see this as a pretty definite win.
All on your own, huh? Come on, bro. I'm fighting myself out here. McGregor has a point. The outcome of this battle would not have changed by a significant margin even if you had not been here, Kira.
This is more like it. Won't have to freak out over a mere BB anymore as long as we're clock. Don't start congratulating yourself for achieving the bare minimum. Those who celebrate over so small an occasion don't deserve to stand beside the executive minute. Oh, I guess this isn't impressive to all to people who are used to much. Well, I guess this isn't impressive at all to people who used to be much stronger, like Otis or Don Quixote.
Really, speak not such folly, but the joy of my compatriots is my own.
Have you any inkling as to why she might have, in her final moments, elected to demolish the door? Right? It's not like we have a shortage of doors in here. Are we really debating the logical thought process of someone who was 2 seconds away from dropping dead? Come on, let's get out of here so we can bring everyone else up to date. Didn't I just leave this room? Ishmael walked down.
Wait, so the white-haired girl... Did she, like, jump through something while I wasn't looking?
What, Kira?
Yeah.
No, she's been with us the entire time. She was in the battle. Ishmael walked out through the door we entered through and appeared from behind us.
Ah, shit. Where'd the exit go? Don't tell me. The exit changes every time someone walks through it.
No. Can't be that easy.
I am far from enjoying the fresh air of the world outside. No longer free to travel the mountains and cliffs as my feet would carry me, as the other members of the Pinky are. I wish to no avail that I should be allowed to weave the delineations of wings and backstreets. So this is what she meant. The back door through which we traversed is passage to the corridor of the one called the Index Nurse Father. Cross the broken door we might, however. It avails us but a brief jaunt to the Pinky Nurse Father's azure corridor before it returns us to this room.
Room's now locked in a loop without a starting point. Won't matter what door we open. Is there anything we can do?
Our rescue team will arrive in time. As this location adheres to the regular flow of time, unlike the warp trains, it will be approximately between a week or two from the present before we can return.
That's pretty long. Well, the first problem we're going to have to deal with is food. As far as I'm aware, we should be good to go for at least 3 days. Thanks, Rhodia. So let's...
Well, I didn't bring any snacks.
It's not like we were about to walk into one of our corpse branches or a dungeon, so... Yeah, makes sense. Looks like we're gonna have to give this room a thorough search then. No need. There's no exit. We could open our own. What about the part where it cuts into your memories too? Deal with that yet? No. The sword, it still cleaves my memories with every slash. Don't know what memory it'll slice away this time. It'll be something recent. Or one I hold dear. What? Why? Don't be so bloody rash about it. Other than me, no one but Heathcliff still remembers the person he holds in the loving depths of his heart. Ever since the day in the Sepia Tempest, memory took on a special, precious meaning to Heathcliff. Heathcliff suddenly reached out and grabbed Ryoshu's arm. Though Ryoshu and Heathcliff's circumstances were undoubtedly different from each other, it was clear that Ryoshu's reckless attitude towards sacrificing her own memories triggered a sort of anxiety in Heathcliff. What? Didn't you hear? The Neds will be here in a week or two to get us out. Why don't we just keep that sword nicely in that scabbard and wait it out? The radio doesn't work. What if we went up to the rooftop and entered one of those doors up there? There are thousands of them.
Out of the question. By doing so, we will be putting ourselves at a greater risk, that of casting ourselves into the endless maze that is the corridor. Okay, but we're dead meat if that brick wall of a maelstrom wanders right into this room. Wolf Lady's last words, man. I've seen the flags. It's hella risky move, yeah, but I think Yoshihide and her OP sword is our best bet.
Right. What if we got lucky and they find us in a day or two? Quit freaking out, HC. It'll only be forgotten, not lost. Well, good memories don't tend to last very long. It's been a fun excursion, Clock. I looked toward the scabbard, expecting it to rattle violently as it did earlier, but it remained still. The white blade soon reveals itself and cuts across the wall where the door used to be. And naturally, as the Arayashiki's blade cleaves through the wall, so does it Ryoshu's memories.
Aww, we were really getting somewhere.
The thin strands of Araya's image, which had just begun to coalesce, slowly unraveled and fell apart once again. Even still, Araya released the blade without hesitation.
It's okay. We'll try again, so...
Being no resentment, no hatred, but a few words of consolation.
Don't feel too bad.
As her voice faded into the gentle dark with Ryoshi's memories. Ah, welcome back. Question. What exactly was the point of verifying every back door within the House of Spiders? Oh, Wenheim didn't fill you in. Any information regarding these doors holds an enormous value for us. Not to mention the higher-ups requesting us to reorganize the House of Spiders into a base of operations as soon as possible. Even if we had to rush our work a little. Only speculating here, but I'm quite convinced that they're preparing for a conflict of sorts. These little pockets of absolute safety are extremely valuable during these operations, as you already know. Wait, stop right there. What conflict? What operation? Are you saying that your bosses are preparing for a war or something? I just feel like there isn't enough alarm in his voice, considering what he's saying. Preparing for what? Not even trying to hide anymore, huh? Did I say something wrong? Must you ask to know? I thought everyone already knew. I mean, it's an open secret at this point. L Corp has already fallen. W Corp is teetering on the brink of collapse. We call us the aspirant W Corp. We call Olympus Company the aspirant L Corp, meaning we have a shared goal. But unlike the dead and gone L Corp, the current W Corp is still kicking, despite its rapid decline in recent years. As we all know, companies in the city aren't worth much unless they got the military force to back them, right? It's only natural that a business conflict would lead to a physical one as well. This is just a mere team leader speaking, though. Who knows what the higher-ups in our companies are thinking. By the way, much fruitful collaboration was had today, so reflect pretty well in our performance metrics. Didn't even suffer that many losses. Safely say that you should expect a positive review from us regarding this collaboration. After saying our farewells to Alan, we returned to the forward base and shared with Hohenheim everything that's happened so far. Hohenheim and Faust both did not seem willing to discuss the subject of the looming conflict. So we instead decided to have Ryoshu's memory and sword re-examined. Oh, Hohenheim? Results out yet? Not yet, Assistant. I remember telling you 3 minutes ago it would take about 20 more minutes. Forgotten already. He talks too much. Yosha sounded irritated as she scolded Heathcliff. I could sense a definite undercurrent of anxiety from the way she kept puffing her cigarettes to a stub at increasingly shorter intervals. This room might be more smoke than oxygen at this point. Mind slowing down a tad. Practically fumigating the room with cigarette smoke. Then speed up glasses. Gonna bounce as soon as I hear the results. Both of you need to learn to respect that things take time. Yes, time is indeed relative. The fact that I've managed to complete an in-depth analysis of an item of such mystery in a single day is an incredibly fast turnaround, and therefore deserves your appreciation. I've been attempting to rein in the more self-indulgent part of myself as of late, but I believe this achievement deserves to be elaborated upon. It is an evident truth that such a result could not have been replicable and had not been for my genius brain. Go out into the hallways and grab any passing researcher and tell them about my incredible turnaround time, and you'll hear them say, "Whoa, done already?" And to that I will answer, STFU. Evidently tired, two sinners alternating turns, handing him results.
I mean, that one's at bare minimum an actual acronym.
Yeah, but that might mean more shut the face, because she's said STCU before, shut the clock. So, but still. Her point gets across. Shut up! Evidently tired, the two sinners alternating turns, hounding him for results. One time seemed to speed up the analysis. He managed to hit the finish line much earlier than 20 minutes. Whoa! Done already! Yes, there are times when test results are extracted earlier than the predicted time frame. Many of those instances are easily attributable to my genius at work. Then why aren't you saying anything? Give me the TR now. You did tell me to shut the fuck up, so I'm attempting to observe the exact merits of doing precisely that. Ha! You think Yoshihide would ever use known acronym straight? What if it's something like, jeez, that's a full day. I might have to work, though. And your verdict on her interpretation? That is exactly what I meant. She's better than MTL in some ways. Now she lies as she breathes. That moment, I might have caught a glimpse of the scabbard rattling slightly atop the examination device. Almost as though it were giggling. Very well, then I'll get right into it. First, the memory of the time she was complimented for her cooking has been erased. That's it? Hardly. Second, a name has been erased from her memory. Do you recall the name of the man who works with Manager Sod? Effie? I would have asked in the past tense had it been him who I was referring to. Glad Miss Sod wasn't here for that. That kid. Right. I don't remember his name. She forgot Pilot's name? That she did. How did Hohenheim forget? How did Hohenheim here? Anyway. Among other miscellaneously deleted memories are 172 hours of Don Quixote's tales of adventures and the types of food she fed to a seagull.
Beg your pardon. Does that say that the memories most precious to young Ryoshu and me have been thrown into utter destruction? Look, Don Quixote, I'm not trying to be mean here, but it seems pretty acceptable, doesn't it? For the price of unsheathing a sword like that?
If we're going by sheer volume, I wouldn't quite say its mileage is acceptable. It erased several days' worth of memories for just a single swing, didn't it?
I mean, yeah, but they sound like inconsequential memories, don't they? Greg and he forget stuff all the time. How's this any different?
The seemingly inconsequential nature of these particular memories weren't achieved by sheer luck. In fact, it seems to have been impacted by the scabbard of the Arayashiki. Or, to be more precise, power of Araya's EGO. That's so. Ryusha looked down at the scabbard with an uncertain and hollow look in her eyes. All that remains of Araya in Ryosha's recollection is a blank space where the fragments of her existence used to be, severed and removed again. While it takes a rather significant amount of time, the scabbard seems to be, yes, capable of selecting which of Sin or Ryoshi's memories are to be erased at the cost of using Arayashiki. Sounds like I should be grateful then. Ryosha regards the scabbard with a conflicted look, as though to approximate the outlines of the void she left behind.
Oh,
So basically, if Ryoshu uses sword more, she's going to forget more.
I mean, that's always been a property of the sword even before this point. It's just that now with Araya imbued into it, basically as a living weapon, or rather a living scabbard, the memories erased can be more inconsequential. She won't remember important thing, or she won't forget slightly more important things like events. She'll at least remember things like Dante. Like, it seems to be very inconsequential, and Araya specifically chose those because it's a case of, well, you won't care about those. Because it's 172 hours of Don Quixote rambling. Or what did she feed specifically to a seagull? Like, it's stuff that she could go without. So it's like, she'll still remember, like, probably anything recent and anything to do with the bus. Like, specifically missions. But, like, if she ever needs to unsheath it again, she's going to at least not lose anything terribly important.
So basically, it's just deleting garbage data.
For
Pretty
now.
much.
Until she runs out of those, if she ends up using it too much.
Oh, so it's like a cooldown timer? She can use it whenever, as long as she gets the time to select the trivial memories?
I wouldn't be so quick to dismiss them as trivial. The memory of the time when you were complimented for your cooking. It was quite a precious memory, wasn't it?
You performed an inverse calculation of the relic's cost.
Yes. According to our measurements, the storm seems to factor in the weight of each memory when calculating the cost of wielding it. It's become rather clear that it takes more than light memories to properly wield it. So, have her memories been restored?
As presumed, attempts to recall the erased being's existence have resulted in failure.
That is quite discouraging. But not all is lost. Simply by knowing that something used to be in that negative space. Many things can still be reminisced upon. Like Ryoshu said, forgotten, but not lost. Clock. You just stepped foot into the world of sangria. She flashes the briefest of smiles and scatters it away with a plume of cigarette smoke. Collecting the GB will restore it. What used to be here, in the pockets of void in my heart, my one and only. Ryoshu's gaze traced the invisible, the unperceivable. A few more days passed us by. We didn't spend those days idling. We visited Sod and Pilot in recovery, did a few odd jobs here and there, like helping suppress a distortion containment breach caused by a new LCE hire. With all those loose threads tied up, we managed to finally, after so long. Kinda feels like we're home again. Return to the bus. Oh, bus, sweet bus. The chair could use a little more cushioning. There isn't anything like it out there. Oh. Damn, this is your ride? I look badass. Between the two individuals, who were looking rather pleased at Kira's astonishment, Hohenheim squeezed through us to warn about some things to watch out for. I asked team leader Alan to set the coordinates somewhere as close as possible to the nest. Keep driving through the door, and we'll bring you right to an empty spot on a highway. Don't hesitate or hit the brakes, because if by any chance there is a car driving behind you, it will crash into the bus.
Nuts.
So, what are you two doing here on the bus? Decided to join the better team, did you? I must admit to a certain degree of interest in hearing of your exploits, but to accompany you through them is an entirely different matter, isn't it? I'm only here to adjust your coordinates. Speaking of which, just how did you manage to escape your confinement?
I told them I had some stuff to help you with, and they let me out after making me scribble over some docs. Solitary confinement's hella boring, so I thought I might get some air. Might as well say goodbye, too, while I'm out and about, right?
I see. You exploited the fact that the new hires don't have any grudges against you. Thought I told them to impress upon the new hires that prisoners are to be treated as exceptions to that. Ah, right. The person in charge of that training is currently checked into the long-term recovery ward. More problems stemming from the shortage of manpower. Best include this in the report. Sounds like they're both here to see us go. Well then, time for a valediction, I suppose. Perhaps I've grown far too used to seeing your faces. Saying goodbye doesn't come out as easily as I expected it to. Another day of reunion must await in the future.
I would appreciate it if such a reunion had a low probability of occurring.
Well, I'm not very partial to mathematical statistics like the probability theory. I hope your prediction is dead right. Well then...
Hey, Yoshihide.
What?
We're... I wouldn't say family exactly, but... Listen. There's a lot of stuff I want to say to you, and a lot of stuff I want to hear from you. Okay? So... SYL. Did I do that right?
Acronymize it into L. Call me Ryoshu, not Yoshihide. Where are the echoes of that name? After a round of goodbyes, the two disembarked from the bus, and no sooner had the machinery clicked into place that the bus's wheels finally began to turn, bringing us closer and closer toward a blinding radiant portal massive enough to engulf the bus whole. Well, off to our next destination, I guess. Oh, right. Where are we headed next?
Dante inquires about the next destination, Virgilius.
Ha! Now that's more like it. Been too bloody long since I heard that question. Yeah, don't get too excited. When has an answer to that question ever led us anywhere that's not downright bizarre? Virgilius gave me a faint, knowing smile as though as to confirm Ishmael's pessimistic remark, and then delivered a comment that sounded too lighthearted for its gravity. Downright bizarre, is it? Well, let me just say it's high time we face such a sight. Our next destination is District 14. In other words, Adjudante. We are now en route to N-Corp. So...
Oh, fun.
We are going there after all. N-Corp. Plenty of faces there I'd rather not see. As the rest of the sinners voiced their various gripes and discontent with N-Corp, Merceau, who probably had the most amount of history with the wing, simply flipped open his newspaper like usual and began reading it with the same unchanging expression. As though for him, none of this changed anything.
Now departing. Vroom vroom.
With that, the bus resumed its journey to yet another tale.
So, Sinclair's gonna have trauma. Merceau is gonna be the main character.
Gregor is
we
going to
got
have
2 new
trauma.
allies.
Sonia's going to have, or Rodian's going to have trauma. It's not going to be fun all around. Hooray!
Yeah, I think I realized how bad N-Corp is when I was reading Sinclair's page on TV Tropes. You know how TV Tropes often links to other articles
Yeah,
mid-sentence?
yeah.
For N-Corp, it linked to one.
Mhm.
It was titled, "A Nazi by Any Other Name."
Yeah, from what we've heard of N-Corp, I would not argue that being the most wrong. But we'll leave that for when Canto 10 finally comes out.
On the plus side, hey, they got Sinners got 2 new allies.
Hohenheim's been with us.
I meant Alan.
Oh, I'm not counting him as an ally.
They got 1 new ally.
Alright. With that taken into consideration, yeah, I think this will be fine. Excuse me. So,
And Don Quixote didn't get us killed this time.
Don didn't know. But, with all of that taken into consideration,
Don Quixote. Yes, Red Mist. Job on not getting everyone killed.
Don starts bowing in reverence. Anyway. So, hopefully Monday we'll be back with, more of the alt file to finally finish Canto 4 properly. Yeah, this is all still February. Anyway, we'll finally, get around to finishing Canto 4 on the alt file on Monday. Wednesday, I will promise I will be back to finish off and start 999. I will make the attempt. I promise. And then Thursday is always kind of just whenever it happens because of Olympus updates, so don't make any guarantees on that one. But with that taken into consideration, I do appreciate anyone who did tune in tonight. It was off the cuff, it was long, but we are done. And with that, we are going to go raid Dan the Enigma, who is trying to do retro achievements for Smash Brothers Brawl. So, go say hi to Dan, have a good evening, and try not to catch on fire, because it's starting to heat up as summer is creeping around the corner. Y'all have a good day. Bye!